think we're live. Hello? Hello? Yeah, we're live. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. How are you? Hola. Hola, amigos. Konnichiwa. Konnichiwa, minasan. Domo. O genki desu ka? Hello, everybody. How are you? Are you guys ready for some Beyblades? Hello, fellow Neats. Are you ready for some Beyblade battles here? Genki desu. Ohayo. Ohayo gozaimasu. So since the last Beyblade stream, I actually got quite a bit of stuff from Japan. First of all, I got a launcher. I got a proper launcher grip. You see this? It's a ripcord. I got a fancy launcher. See this? Yeah. I got a fancy launcher and I customized it. Look at this. Look how cool this is. Do you see how cool this is? This is so me. This is awesome looking. Normally the launchers are supposed to look like this, but for mine I customized it. So I put some washi paper in mine and now it looks like this. Isn't that cool? And I also got quite a few new Beyblades. First of all, this Beyblade. Is that washi? Yes, that is washi. I got Wyvern Gale. He's really cool. So it's a stamina type Beyblade. It's kind of tall. It's also very round. So usually rounder Beyblades are pretty strong, but for Wyvern Gale's case, I don't know, because he's so tall, it gets burst pretty easily. And also his stamina is not as long, as good as I thought it would be. I expected Wyvern Gale to have amazing stamina. It turns out the stamina is kind of not that great. We also got a Rhino horn. So Rhino horn's specialty is that its mass is mostly in the center, so it's actually quite small. So it's really good at taking direct impacts, but actually it's really bad at taking small chip damage. It gets knocked off balance pretty easily. I also got Drawn Dagger, the evolution of Drawn Sword. Super cool. Drawn Dagger is really cool. What else do I have? I have Phoenix Feather. Phoenix Feather came in the Koro magazine, so I got it in Japan. I've been anticipating it, and he's actually pretty strong. And then Phoenix Wing is the strongest Beyblade I have. He's super strong. He's so good. Use Drawn Dagger, it's better. I do think Drawn Dagger is better, to be honest, than better than Drawn Sword. Drawn Sword loses stamina so easily. Phoenix Wing is kind of OP though. Contributing to the Lego building stream. No idea what you got planned, but it will be good. Thank you for the 10 reels for the Lego building stream. You are contributing to a good cause. I don't know what I'm gonna buy for the Lego stream. I'm probably gonna buy either some Star Wars set or Ninjago. To be honest, I'm not a huge fan of Star Wars, so maybe a Ninjago set or Bionicles. I don't know. They don't really sell Bionicles anymore. 日本で買ったやつ。はい、日本で買った。So, I'm just gonna battle about with my Beyblades and just talk autistically about them because I can. I also have a shit ton of different like wizard arrows. Hey guys, did you hear about like the new UX Beyblades? For any Beyblade fans out here, you know the new designs for the other Beyblades? Hold on, maybe I'll show you. Let me get my phone. I really need to show you guys. So, there's like new UX Beyblades, right? So there are Beyblade X Beyblades that have like unique designs to them. Look at these. Look at these. These are freaking cool. Look at them. So you have Drawn Buster and Wizard Rod. The Drawn Buster is really cool. I'm actually kind of really excited for that one. The Drawn Buster. So if you can see, it kind of is like a triangle shape almost. It's kind of like a point so that it actually specializes in like one-hit KOs. So it puts all its energy into one point. It's almost shaped like a shield, right? And you also got Hell's Hammer. Hell's Hammer looks pretty cool too. And then you also got Wizard Rod. Wizard Rod's actually kind of cool because it's a stamina type Beyblade. It's pretty round, but it's also got a ring around the base. So one of the main things with Beyblade X is that you knock the opponent off balance really easily because the Beyblades are so freaking aggressive that it's really easy just to knock your opponent against the wall and knock them off balance. So to counteract that, this new version of Wizard Arrow, the evolution of Wizard Arrow, Wizard Rod, has a ring around its base to actually keep it more steady. So it doesn't get knocked off balance so easily. And then, other than that, I really want the Drawn Buster. I really want Drawn Buster. That would be super cool. Drawn Buster is going to be awesome. Because it's shaped like a shield, and it's all focused onto one point. It's similar to the Beyblade Excalibur in Beyblade Burst. Because Excalibur in Beyblade Burst, it focuses all his energy into one point. Because this whole gimmick is that it's an Excalibur, like this sword. So it's a Beyblade that has a sword in it. So it has one point that just sticks out and just one-hit KOs. And then you also have Hell's Hammer. This is quite an aggressive-looking Beyblade here, but it's supposed to be a balance type. Apparently it says it specializes in knocking its opponents into the wall of the stadium. How much is one? In Japan, they're actually pretty cheap. I think the new ones are probably like 1,500 yen, which is like 15 Canadian dollars. That's about like 10 American dollars, 10 to 12 American dollars. So they're pretty cheap. Thank you, Gaffaraf. Welcome to the Super Neat Club. It's the ultimate neat path. But it's really cool, and these Beyblades are fun. I've been having a lot of fun just messing around with, especially Shark's Edge. I think Shark Edge is probably one of my favorite Beyblades so far. You see Shark's Edge? He's so aggressive because he has like these 2 points here, and it's so rigid. So this thing hits like a truck. So So I'm just gonna launch some. I'm gonna launch a couple. Maybe I'll just. This one's really strong. Phoenix Wing is like super strong. I think one of my favorite balance types is the Hell's Chain though. Hell's Chain is like pretty good. So maybe I'll do like Hell's Chain versus like Shark's Edge or something. Oh, shit. No, it killed itself. Oh. Shark's Edge already burst it. It's super good at bursting opponents. It's super good at just bursting its opponent. That's why I really like Shark's Edge. It's like really strong. It's just like one tap and it's done. It's killed your Beyblade. Try another one. 3, 2, 1. It outlasted in stamina. Shark's Edge really doesn't have much stamina though, because its blade is really weirdly shaped and quite like wide, so it's not very aerodynamic. But oh no! It just got destroyed. Okay. But it is quite strong, although it is kind of a glass cannon. Just circumcised it. Its tip. It knocked its tip off. Use Dronzer, please. What kind of battery does the launcher take? I think it takes like AAAs or something. I'll use the Dronzer one. I have the Dronzer S, and I have the gear ball tip on it. The gear ball tip is really good at catching onto the stadium. So I'll do maybe Dronzer versus Wyvern Gale, who also has a gear ball here. So 2 gear balls. Whoops. Wyvern's Gale is like really light, so I was surprised there. Wyvern Gale is likes to take the center, but honestly it's so light it gets knocked off balance pretty easily. Still seems to be out staminaing Dronzer S though. Oh wow, it just took the tip off. Yeah, it just takes the tip off, circumcised it. I also have Leon Claw. I have a recolor though, I don't have the actual Leon Claw. This one. You battle Phoenix versus Drawn Dagger. Phoenix Wing is really strong. I have Phoenix Wing on the needle tip here. It's such a strong combo because Phoenix Wing's so much heavier than the other Beyblades. You can just use it as like a defense type or a stamina type, and no other Beyblade can really like do anything against it, even though it has quite a rigid blade. So I'll do Phoenix Wing versus Drawn Dagger. Phoenix Swing, Drawn Dagger. I think Drawn Dagger's gonna get its ass kicked in. 3, 2, 1. It's just so hard to move it. Like, Phoenix Swing is like immovable. It's kind of OP actually. I have no idea what these things are. These are Beyblades. You have no idea what Beyblades are? Well, you're missing out. 3, 2, 1. Oh, wait, it actually knocked it in. It actually knocked it out. That's surprising. 3, 2, 1. Whoa. Oh, going for the weak spot. Still not enough stamina. It's just the Drawn Dagger just doesn't have enough angular momentum to compete. It's because like Phoenix Wing is so heavy, it just has so much weight. So it has so much angular momentum, it's really hard to interrupt it. There's some stuff on the bottom of the Beyblade. Gotta clean off a little bit. This is better than Tekken. Is Beyblade better than Tekken? Hey, is Beyblade as in-depth as Tekken? Who knows? 3, 2, 1. Oh. Yeah, Phoenix Wing is just kind of broken. Phoenix Wing is kind of OP. Not gonna lie, it's just broken as fuck. What other Beyblade can maybe compete with it? I'm gonna try Hell's Chain against Phoenix Wing. Maybe he can even like get close to competing. I don't know. 3, 2, 1. Oh. It's just so heavy. Oh wait, you actually won. It actually won. Hell's Chain actually beat the Phoenix Wing. Phoenix S tier, that thing is OP AF. I know, Phoenix Wing is broken. Phoenix Wing is just so heavy compared to everything else. I have Phoenix Wing set up as a defense type / stamina type. And I just have the needle tip, because normally Phoenix Wing's supposed to be an attack type, right? Instead, I just put the needle tip, and so it's a stamina type. But it's also a defense type because it's so heavy. So it's just kind of broken. But also, because its like blade is so rigid as well, or just so like, so weirdly shaped, it's quite good at attack, even when it's on defense. Because it just doesn't get knocked back very far. 3, 2, 1. Here. 3, 2, 1. Oh. It's like he's hitting him, but he's not going anywhere. It's actually like attacking Phoenix Wing does more damage to yourself than it does to to Phoenix Wing. That thing is a beast. Yeah, it is. It's an absolute beast. 3, 2, 1. Oh, wait, it actually knocked it out. Hell yeah. It actually beat it. Because I guess the thing with like Hell's Chain is that it has just enough like shape to it to knock it out. Because Phoenix Wing it has quite a bit of like ridges, right? If you have like a 2 round blade, it's not gonna knock it far enough. With Hell's Chain, it's like it's round enough just to not get destroyed, like just have enough control, but it's just rigid enough or like just bumpy enough to actually knock it far enough to get a knockout. I think like your depending on the Beyblade, like if you want a certain reaction, the shape of your bay, the way it interacts with the other Beyblades really matters a lot. Like 2 round Beyblades, there's not going to be much action going on, but like 1 round Beyblade but 1 bumpy Beyblade is going to have a little bit more action. 2 bumpy Beyblades is going to have a lot of action, like it's going to be explosive. For example, if I do Phoenix Wing versus Shark's Edge, because Shark's Edge is so light, he's going to get knocked to shit. Like, he's just going to get knocked around everywhere, but I'm still going to try it anyway. Holy shit. Wait, actually won. Holy shit. Did you guys see that? That was so aggressive. What did you go to college for, Elisa? I didn't go to college. I dropped out of high school. That just absolutely destroyed. That was like kind of crazy. Did you just give me the talk using Beyblade terminology? Maybe. Shut up. I can do what I want, okay? I can give people the talk. When 2 bumpy Beyblades interact with each other, big things happen, okay? Alright. 3, 2, 1. This is gonna be explosive. Hold on. 3, 2, 1. Oh. Oh. Oh shit. That was fairly explosive. It was bumping around. Not as explosive as I expected it to be, but 3, 2, 1. Oh. Oh. Just so much angular momentum. It just can't compete. Shark's Edge is way too light for an attack type, to be honest. Usually with Shark's Edge is that it tries to attack another Beyblade, but it knocks itself out just as much as it knocks the other Beyblade out. Where did you get this dome from Japan? I ordered this dome online, or the arena. So it is imported from Japan. They only sell Beyblades in Japan. Or the Beyblade X, the new ones. They only sell these in Japan, so you had to import them. How big do these stages get? Like yours considered a big fighting ring? So for Beyblade X, the new ones, this is the only size they have right now, right? But I think later in the year they're actually going to release a bigger size. So you can do like 3-player battles. For this one right now, it's just meant for 2 people, but you can do more, but it gets kind of messy. So later there's going to be a bigger stadium for 3 players. 3, 2, 1. Ah. Oops. Oh, it revived. Knocked him into the pouch and then got out again. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Oh my god. Oh my god. With 3 players sounds awesome. It is really fun. Beyblade, oh, 草。楽しいよ。ベイブレードがめっちゃ楽しいよ。大人でも楽しめるよ。Beyblade ASMR. Okay, I'm gonna try. Maybe, what should I try? Wyvern Gale. I'm gonna try Wyvern Gale versus Rhino Horn. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Oh! Wait, he burst him. So the thing with Rhino Horn is that it's actually really good at taking, because all of its mass is concentrated in the center, it's actually really good at taking direct hits from the extreme line. But just poking it a little bit actually knocks it off of balance. So as soon as you stop using the extreme line against Rhino Horn, it actually just gets shit on. It gets fucked. Like, it's not very good. Three, two, one. Like, you can see when it hits them, Rhino Horn doesn't get knocked very far because all its mass is in the middle. But Rhino Horn versus something like a drawn dagger, it's gonna get destroyed. 3, 2, 1. Ooh, wait. Drawn dagger got destroyed. Holy shit. Drawn dagger just got wrecked. What the f- It just bursted. Holy shit. That's crazy. Let's try that again. 3, 2, 1. Knocked out. Got a knockout. Told you it's fun when they explode. Reminds me of battle bots. I don't know battle bots. You mean like fighting, like people going to competition to fight robots together? Rhino Horn versus Drawn Dagger again. Aw, Drawn Dagger got wrecked. Okay, maybe I was wrong about that. 3, 2, 1. Or maybe I'll put Rhino Horn versus like Hell's Chain. I like Hell's Chain. 3, 2, 1. Oh, shoot. Knockout. Ayoy. Knockout, baby. 3, 2, 1. Oh, it's off balance now. Yeah. Rhino Horn just got knocked off balance. I like the way you let it rip. What do you mean? I'm pro. I'm literally pro blader. I'm the most powerful blader in the world. Magnets inside? No, there's no magnets. Three, two, one. Night shield, go. So Night Shield versus Rhino Horn. Night Shield has a lot of mass on the outside, whereas Rhino Horn has a lot of mass in the middle. So you can see, Night Shield's taking these tiny blows a lot better than Rhino Horn. Because Night Shield is so much wider, it has a lot better balance when it comes to tiny hits. Whereas Night Shield's really good at taking smaller hits, whereas Rhino Horn is good at taking big hits. So this demonstrates the difference of the two. 3, 2, 1. It's like they're just gonna chase each other, but they're just gonna take tiny exchanges. With every exchange, Night Shield is gonna come out on top. Because Rhino Horn is just gonna get knocked off balance. See? Night Shield just has so much better balance than Rhino Horn. Particle wave. Remember those having a metal ring inside? I think those are like the original plastic ones. These ones are just metal all around. Like they're metal Beyblades. Too much blade, bruh. There's no such thing as too much blade. Based Rhino Horn. 3, 2, 1. Yeah, Rhino Horn is just the underdogs here. Rhino Horn just keeps getting wrecked. Guys, you gotta give some love to Rhino Horn. Also, I have a donation pool here for a Lego stream. Because for some reason you guys like watching me just do like really autistic things, so I guess I'll do a Lego building stream. I'll probably do like maybe Lego Ninjago or like a Lego Star Wars set. Maybe I can get you guys to vote on a Lego set for me to buy. I feel bad for Rhino now. He's the underdog, okay? You gotta cheer on Rhino Horn. Rhino Horn's just not the strongest, unfortunately. Unfortunately, that's just how it is. It's very relatable. Isn't it? People like watching it, I don't know why. You guys are like weird. I like Lego Ninjago. Lego City is also cool. What else? Bionicles. Bionicles are cool. There's a Lego Beyblade community, really. I should play Lego Beyblade. I should compete in Lego Beyblade tournaments. That'd be kind of funny. 3, 2, 1. Oh, no. Damn. He died. He lost. Lego Fortnite stream. The Skibbity Brain Rot stream. Out of bounds, damn son. I'm sorry, I launched it wrong. Why you guys gotta be like this to me? This is Knight Lance. Knight Lance is like pretty okay. It's kind of like an attack type slash like stamina type. Hello, welcome Okami to the Super Neat Club. Thank you. We gotta get more viewers onto this Beyblade stream. We gotta have more people watching Beyblades and stuff. Beyblades. More Beyblades. More Beyblades, baby. I love Beyblades. I would totally have like a YouTuber Beyblade stream where I just like, I Beyblade battle every single like popular YouTuber. That would be awesome. Imagine if I like Beyblade battled PewDiePie or like Mr. Beast. If I win against Mr. Beast in a Beyblade battle, would I get $10,000? Thank you, Elif Santos. Welcome to the Super Neat Club. Elisa, I hope you take over the universe. I will take over the universe. I will become the next, like, I'll be the Canadian Zaibatsu. Knight Lance versus Wizard Arrow with both of its attack type tips. 3, 2, 1. Neither of them have very much stamina. Oh, it's dead. Meme money is still money. If a releaser reads this, I'll donate. I guess you gotta donate now. You guys stand no chance. You should go out and battle homeless Beybladers. I don't know, if I get like a Beyblade community going with the people in homeless encampments, I don't know, would they find it fun? Maybe. Maybe it would make their day. Or maybe I'd just get stabbed, I don't know. Either way, it's something to think about. Hey, damn. I read him. You got schooled, buddy. Get red, baby. 3, 2, 1. Oh, I missed. 3, 2, 1. Honestly, I feel like the Night Shield is just a better stamina type than even like Wizard Arrow, or not Wizard Arrow, Wyvern Gale. Wyvern Gale's just not even a very good stamina type, to be honest. Thank you for the 20 ARS. Don't spend it all in one place. Thank you. Thank you. Copy Bender. Fetch, fetch. Thank you for the contribution to the Beyblades, or the Lego stream. my Lego. Because for some reason you guys like watching autistic streams. Which Beyblade should I use? Maybe I'll use the Dronzer. I'll use Dronzer more. Dronzer is pretty good. Actually, I don't know. Dronzer is not even very good. Maybe Dronzer versus Viper Tail. Yeah, Dronzer S just got destroyed. It's got his stamina just sapped. Beyblade needs to not ain't gonna sugarcoat. Forward, neutral, down, forward, 2. Why is the Lego custom bar not moving? Maybe it's not updating. It's probably just not updating again. It's been 40 minutes and my OCD isn't working. Okay, I'll just readjust it manually. Or just, maybe I'll try to update it. Still not working. Hey, hold on. The donation goal for some reason is known to not really update. I don't know why. Streamlabs is just kind of weird. What are we at? $4. So 500. Starting around $4. 0301 2024. Lego building stream. There we go. $4. Yosh. I can imagine at least 2 people thought the Lego bar not updating was a scam or something. It just happens for some reason. I don't know why. It's like, it just doesn't update. It's just for some reason, Streamlabs just doesn't like reload the messaging for some reason. There's a lot of widgets on Streamlabs that just keep that are just like really unreliable for some reason. I don't know why. Are you gonna get the UX bays? Yes, I want the UX bays. The new Beyblades are really cool. Like, Drawn Buster is super cool looking. What the? Your blading is pathetic. Pick whichever ones you like. I'm not losing to the likes of you. Alright, buddy. Alright, buddy. Hey, I'm gonna be watch. I'm just gonna be an ass here. What if I use Phoenix Wing? What are you gonna do, huh? You literally can't do shit. Watch this. You're just gonna get destroyed. I'm gonna give you a chance. I'm gonna use Hell's Chain for you. So I'm gonna use Phoenix Swing, you're gonna use Hell's Chain. I'll go first. 3, 2, 1. That was cheap. That was so, oh my god, so many donations. Jesus. Thank you for the $17, Beyblade Goddess. Thank you so much. Litra. Patch, thank you so much. Patchy. Okami, this is for the Bionicles only. If you use this for anything else, I want a refund. Alright, I'll get a Bionicles then. I don't know where they sell Bionicles. Thank you for the $25. Patch. Makita. Let me grab my 1 kilogram Beyblade. Just a normal ninja. Thank you for the the $2. Patch, thank you so much. This is not updating. It's still not updating. How much are we at now? We're already at like $50. $49.78. Title. Okay, I'll get a Bionicle because I really like Bionicles. Bionicle building stream. Goal amount 500. Starting amount. How much is it? 49.78. 49.78. 03/01/2024. There we go. That is updated now. Okay. It's somewhere. So many donations for me to catch up with. The thing's not updating on its own, so I had to like manually do it for some reason. I don't know how to fix it. Okay. Another battle. 3, 2, 1. Can Wyvern Gale even stand a chance to Phoenix Wing? Phoenix Wing is just way too strong. Phoenix Wings is like so good even as like a stamina type. Yeah, no, Phoenix Wings still beats it. Get the green one. There's... Which ones? I mean, this one's green, yeah. This one's yellow. No, these are both green. These are both... There's 2 green ones. Yeah, there's 2 green ones. There's a game in the works for Bionicle. Actually looks so dope. Really? They're still making Bionicle games. I thought the Bionicles were kind of canceled after the All-Star series. That was like I thought that was the last one they made. There's like Hero Factory, but... The green ones should battle to decide which one's the right green. Alright, I'll battle the 2 green ones then. 3, 2, 1. Oh, it killed itself and then it burst. It literally just burst. It just self-destructed and then exploded. Okay. Here we go. This is gonna be interesting. Wyvern Gale looks so close to bursting. This is actually super scary for Wyvern Gale. Oh! wait. Wyvern Gale did burst. It was just holding together. It was just barely held together. Its tip was just free. It was like loose like this. It was still held together though. 3, 2, 1. Oh my god. Oh, that's scary. Wyvern Gale is like really prone to bursting, so this is not a good matchup for Wyvern Gale. Power of will. Okay, another one. 3, 2, 1. Oh, whoops. Redo that. Oh shit. Oh, Wyvern Gale won. Nice. That's surprising. Alright, again. Wyvern Gale versus Shark's Edge. Oh, it just killed itself. Okay. How to break your launcher 101? What do you mean? Three, two, one. No, it just killed itself again. Oh my god. That's so strong. I think Shark's Edge winning the title of the true green. 3, 2, 1. Shark's Edge won again by default. Can you show us the Beyblades, please? Here, I'll show you. So I have a Wyvern Gale here. He's pretty cool looking. He's quite tall. But it's got a gear ball tip. So the gear ball tip is really good at catching onto the sides of the stadium. But it has some balance for stamina. But it's good at catching to the sides of the stadium, and it's like yeah, it's just a stamina type. It's quite light though. So its motif is kind of like that, it's the wind Beyblade. So if you see from the top, it's quite round, but from the side it has some like rigidity, or I guess like bumpiness. So if you attack from the top side of your Beyblade, it actually knocks around the opponent pretty good actually, but you have to angle it. For Shark's Edge, he's like really bumpy, so its stamina is actually really bad. Because its blade is like so far out, it's actually super good for attack, but its stamina is real bad. But it's probably one of the strongest attack blades because it's so good at knocking the opponent away. Please draw a powerful babe with a powerful bay. Right now I'm not doing any drawing, but thank you for the money. Thank you for the 99 pesos. It's 51.55 right now. I had to manually update this for some reason. There's 3/01/2024. Bionicle stream. There we go. Asa Mitaka, the Beyblade expert. A lot of people compare me to Asa. I get that so often. People are just like, you're literally Asa. It's just because I'm autistic Asian girl with black hair. Ah. Why am I so autistic? Fuck. I want to die. I'm so freaking autistic. I think Shark's Edge is the true green Beyblade. Phoenix Feather is actually super strong too. It's similar to Drawn Sword, but Drawn Sword is pretty strong as well. I'm gonna try the Phoenix Feather one. The Phoenix Feather one is a limited edition one too, so this is like a rare Beyblade. It came with the Koro Koro magazine, and I went to Japan for that shit, so I better get my money's worth of Phoenix Feather. 3, 2, 1. Oh shit, it knocked it in the air. Oh my god. Ah. It lost. Makita no ka. Jeez, there's so many people watching me play with Beyblades. 352 of you. 3, 2, 1. Let it rip. Oh, it burst itself. It burst itself. It just exploded on itself. It went in for the attack and just like somehow just, it's like it went for the attack, but like Night Shield just has like his knee out and like it just sacked itself. Acoustic. All of y'all are super acoustic. I have so many acoustic fans. 3, 2, 1. No. Who's gonna win this one? I think Night Shield's winning this. Night Shield's pretty strong. Yeah. Unfortunately, Night Shield's too strong. Excuse me, artistic. I'm artistic, not autistic. I'm both. I'm both autistic and artistic. 3, 2, 1. No. Okay, gotta give it to Knights. Our Hell's Chain here. Hell's Chain is pretty strong. 3, 2, 1. No. Ouch. Jesus. That was a huge hit. That did a lot of damage. That was quite the thwack. Too much power. Yeah, there's too much power in these Beyblades. I'm unleashing them all. I'm unleashing all the power into my Beyblades and they're exploding. Wait, I'm kind of thirsty. I need to get some water. Quick little intermission for some water. Dun 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 dun. Do, 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 do. I can get some cookies as well because I'm a little bit hungry. I didn't eat much today. Wow, internet is a blessing and a curse, am I right? I guess so. There's so many weird people on the internet, but also so many wholesome people on the internet. It's quite whack. I was actually reading my emails today. So I got for a recent video I made about being lonely, and just loneliness in general, actually. A lot of people related to my struggles with loneliness, actually. A lot of people had wholesome responses. Also, some people had weird responses, too. Big ass cookies. These are 7-Eleven cookies. They're the Reese's Pieces ones. They're pretty tasty. Very yummy. Just having a quick cookie break, and then more Beyblade battling. What's your opinions on the metal series? The metal series are the best series. Like, I don't get why Beyblade went back to plastic generation. Maybe they just wanted to do something different for a little bit, but I feel like the plastics aren't very good. No! Oh, it actually came back. You know, like I was reading my emails today, right? There's quite a few people that were like saying like I should see Jesus if I feel so lonely. Because there was like my video about like just loneliness, right? Yeah, a lot of people related to it, and there was a lot of like wholesome emails in my email. There's a couple people that are kind of weird, to be honest. There's like a couple weird like emails I got. Like some of them were telling me to like seek Jesus. I think one of them was like telling me to go to the Mormon church. There's another one that was also telling me to be more sexual or like slutty. I was just really confused. You're Buddhist though. I know I am Buddhist and I'm open about it. Not everybody knows that though, because I have so many fans. Not everybody checks in all the time, right? 3, 2, 1. Wow. すごいな。わあ。ヘルスチェーンめっちゃ強いな。すげえ。 쓰기요. See Orange Jesus the Lord. Oh yeah, Orange Jesus. Yeah, I already see Jesus. I see Orange Jesus. The Mormon church was telling you to be No, not the Mormon church. There was a guy in my email that was just like, oh, I know you're feeling lonely. I know someone else who is in the same place as you. And they're like, have you tried dressing more provocatively or slash slutty? And then he was saying like, oh, his friend, guys are really, I think you're just feeling lonely because you're not getting enough attention from guys. Guys really like girls who own their sexuality. I'm like, what the fuck? I was just so confused. Being sexually harassed is different from getting quality attention. Like, I thought that was common sense. Apparently not for some people. Guys like modest women nowadays, unless you want a mindless... Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. He definitely needs Jesus. No, there's some bros that go into my emails and they're just like, send nudes. And I'm like, what the fuck? The thing is, most people that go into my emails aren't like that, though. There's just like a couple outliers that are just like, I'm just like, why the fuck did you go into my email just to send me this? How do you get your email? You can go into my YouTube page and it has my email. Like for business. I have a business email on my YouTube. Send dudes. Send Beyblades. Real. There's a couple of them. There's a couple of people where they're like shy, right? And they're like, oh, I don't want to sound like creepy or like a weird fan or whatever. But I sent you this. I want to send you this email because I felt like really touched by like your video. As like honestly, that's so wholesome because like, okay, when I say like weirdo fans, if you put like 2 brain cells into your email, you're probably not a weirdo fan. There's like those weird ones that are just like send nudes, or they say like, will you please marry me, or just like, or if you're just trying to get like into my DMs or something and just like try to hit me up, like that's kind of weird, right? There are genuinely people like that, but there's other people who are scared of just coming off like that. It's like, no, there's nothing wrong with it, right? Like, I'm fine for people coming off as like awkward, right? It's just there's like atrocious cases sometimes in my emails, to be honest. Yeah, it's honestly a hard line to not be a weirdo on the internet. There's some people that are like way out there, man. It's honestly if it's in your mind that you don't want to be a weirdo, you're probably not being a weirdo, to be honest. Like, the awkwardness is fine. Like, if you're shy and you're kind of weird and you're going to my emails, I'm totally open with it. Like, you can email me whatever. Just like if you liked the video, if you wanted to say your thoughts, like I'm totally down for that. But like to go into my emails just to like slide into my DMs and try to like hit me up, I'm like, that's not really for me. Or try to ask like for nudes or like for you to marry me, like that's just kind of like trolling. There are people who go into my DMs, or not my DMs, my emails, my business email to ask for nudes. They're like, how much for nudes? And I'm like, what the fuck are you asking? It's like so weird. Man, no matter how much unemployed I am, I would never go to someone's DMs and ask for dudes. It's like, it's such a low bar. Like I get a lot of emails, so I can't like respond to all of them, right? But there's a couple of them that I do respond to where I do feel like the email was very heartfelt. So when I do read them, I'd read almost all of my emails, by the way. I read almost all of them. I respond to only like maybe a fraction of them. It's usually the ones where I feel like the person really put their emotions out there and I related to it is when I reply to the email. And also, it was just especially this round of emails with like the loneliness thing. I felt there was a lot of really wholesome emails. A whole bunch of people actually emailed me about their experiences with loneliness. So I decided I was gonna make a video about it because there's so many people. A lot of people had like their things, their own experiences, right? So I was actually I was making a video on like just reading the emails and then just having like my thoughts on them and stuff. Didn't you do a video about people leaving inappropriate comments in an art video? Yes. Yes. It happens. Especially when I first started like doing YouTube, people were so freaking down bad for like no reason. I was like, I'm an art YouTuber, and there's so many people in my comments telling me to step on them. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? I have a private account, and that has still happened to me a couple times. Really? Thank you for sharing the video on loneliness. I'm just glad there's other people that also feel the same way, because like I was just trying to express like how I felt about something, right? And it seems like a lot of other people feel the same way about it. Down horrendous. OnlyFans recently showed that more than 1/3 of women in the U.S. have an OnlyFans account. One of my many unfortunate side effects of this is that it makes men commoditize women even worse. Really, 1/3? A third? Are you sure those guys are like all those people are all U.S. citizens? 1/3 is insane. Is that actually how common an OnlyFans is? Bro, Americans are so down bad. Why do they keep wanting this shit? No, some people be like, oh, I want like a more wholesome woman. I want like a traditional woman. Also, the same person is like, do you have an OnlyFans account? It's like, there are some people that are like that. But I don't have deep research into the topic. 1/3, no shot, lol. I'm baffled. I absolutely refuse to believe 1/3 of American grandmas have a U.S. account. I blame boomers. No, I'm so. There's no way that's. Like, are you sure that's true? Is it like of a certain age group or something? But legitimately, like, I feel sometimes where it's just like, it's like that guy that emailed me, right? Who was saying like, telling me to just like be more sexual or whatever the fuck, right? There's like this subset of people who just are like, I want a traditional like girl. I want like a girl who is loyal and does whatever and like does just like normal traditional trad wife things, right? But then it's like, in the same breath, they're just like, oh, you have an OnlyFans, and then they go and do their own thing. That's like also like kind of shitty, right? It's like not fair. It's like you can't go in looking for a good girl when you yourself are not a good guy. It's like you kind of reap what you sow, you know? I Google it and it's like 2% of young women who do OnlyFans, but I don't know for sure. Thank you for the 10 real. 2%. Okay, so that seems more realistic because 1/3 is like absolutely insane. If it was 1/3, then that would be 100 million people have OnlyFans. Or I guess 1/3 of U.S. women. So no, because in the U.S. there's 300 million people, right? So there'd be 150 million women approximately. So 1/3 of that would be uh, 50 million, right? So if it was 1/3 of U.S. women, that would be 50 million. 50 million women in the U.S. with OnlyFans. 2% is like 2 million women. Yeah, that's insane. That's why nobody working lol. 2% is too much. 2% is still possible, right? There's a lot of users on OnlyFans. How did we get here? We were watching Beyblades. Okay, I was playing with Beyblades and then I started talking about my weird ass emails that I get because it's like legit, like so weird some of the emails I get. Some of the emails I get are just like, what the fuck are these people on? Like, why would they go out of their way to write this shit? Kind of thing. I feel an Elisa rant coming up. I'm getting rant. I'm feeling a rant. I'm getting angry. Man, y'all really like my Elisa rants, don't you? A lot of people watch me for them. Oh. Oh, it burst. It just immediately burst. Wait, it's fighting against the ratchet. The ratchet's still spinning. Aw, dead. Phoenix Wing actually just got defeated. That's insane. Rants are like the lifeblood of Tekken players. Time for another episode of Sick Ass World. I like to complain a lot, as you can tell. People seem to enjoy listening to me complain, though. Look at shit. Let it rip. Ah! Holy shit. Oh my god. Oh, wait, is Phoenix Wing losing? No way. No way. Who's gonna win this? Ah, Phoenix Wing just barely won that. It's so close. Complaining is fun. Yeah, complaining is pretty fun, to be honest. A lot of people like watching me complain. I rant about interesting topics and people seem to enjoy it. 3, 2, 1. Ugh. Oh, they're chasing each other. Looks like Phoenix Wing's gonna win this. The big guy. Yeah. Phoenix Wing's just too strong. Where do you buy Beyblade X Blaze? I bought mine at a website called Mall of Toys. And then, for the other Blades, I actually just bought them in Japan. You could buy them just at a Yodobashi Kamera if you live in Japan. I know a few OnlyFans that don't have nudes, like Aki Darling. Really? It warms my heart to see people are still into Beyblades. Used to wreck our shit playing at recess. Beyblades are fun at recess. I always beat the shit out of everybody because I had the best launch technique. I was like a pro. I had pro launch technique. I was super strong. Nobody could compete with me. I was just too good. I was the most powerful blader. Bro, these top OnlyFans girls have employees that will respond to thirsty dudes' DMs as a full-time job. That's insane. Wait, really? Wait, no way. No way, that's a that's kind of hilarious, actually. Watching a true blader. I am the most powerful blader. I am powerful. Okay, Knight Shield versus Drawn Dagger. Ah, fuck. Yeah. Yosh. Oh, that's strong. Ooh. Ooh. Ah, Drawn Dagger just has no stamina. Thank you for the $2, Shirako Takamoto. New to your channel, love your content. Thank you. Thank you for the donation. Thank you. Is there a Beyblade game? Would totally play that. Yeah, there is a Beyblade game. Actually, on the DS, I played like the Cyber Pegasus one. Do any of you guys know that? If you guys know that, that's like crazy. I like hearing the tinks. Just want to pay respect to the hustle. I think most of us came from your escape poverty video. We live in a different world now where only driven people can make it. Hang in there, don't give up. I'm doing pretty well after that video, but thank you so much. There's a lot of people trying to support me after my escape from poverty video. But ever since I posted that video, my business has been like doing super well actually. Actually though, like my business just like really took off. And I have to thank like the people on YouTube for that, because that was like actually insane. When I first posted that video, I got like 50K views in like a day, and then it just like the orders just kept rolling in. There's so many freaking orders, so many. I got like 30 orders like overnight, and then the next day I got like 50, and then I got like 100, and then like 200, and they just wouldn't stop coming. So I had to like increase the prices. I increased the prices so people would stop buying so much, and then people would still buy. And I had so many orders, so many. Need tatami mat. Honestly, I should get a tatami mat. That would be really good. So many people just kept buying shit from me, and it just wouldn't stop. And so I made like quite a bit of cash from that, like a good wad of cash. Suffering from success now, yeah. Like I had too many orders, like I actually couldn't keep up with them, so I actually had to close the store. I closed the store and I kept quiet about it because I didn't want so many orders. So it was literally suffering from success. Because like I went to Japan because I planned like a trip to Japan for a long time, so I saved up money. So I did the trip, but then I had like all the orders, right? So I didn't want to have so much demand while I was in Japan, right? But it's crazy how much like YouTube actually helped me with like my sticker store. It really did help me out of my situation. Now it's like I don't feel like I'm struggling with rent. It's like I can make rent just fine, right? Like rent in Canada is super expensive, but I'm not like struggling. So I'm not rich either, right? But like because Canada's rent's so expensive, like it's crazy freaking expensive, right? I'm not struggling. I don't feel like I'm just gonna like lose out and like lose my apartment because of rent. But I am making enough to just like coast along by and make a little bit of savings and just have a little bit of extra spending money for like YouTube stuff, right? So it's like I feel somewhat comfortable, I guess. Maybe not as comfortable as I would like, because just Canada in general, it doesn't have like places you can go, right? These things are just so freaking expensive. But it's like it's definitely like a huge jump from where I was before, for sure. Also new to your channel, best Tekken and Beyblade streamer. Thank you for the $5 Canadian, William Villeneuve. Patch, but thank you so much. Of course, I'm the most powerful Tekken player and the most powerful Beyblade streamer. Tekken player and Beyblade player. Did you enjoy Japan? I enjoyed Japan a lot. I want to move there. Like I used the thing to double check whether I still want to move there, because I went there like the year before, right? And I always had this dream of moving to Japan since I was young, right? I always wanted to move to Japan since I was young. I wanted to work in Japan. And the first time I actually traveled outside of Canada was to Japan. So I didn't really think it would be much, actually. Like, I thought Japan would be like not much better than Canada, right? I went to Japan and I was blown away. It's absolutely amazing there compared to Canada, right? And like it almost just felt like a fever dream, because when I came back to Canada, I actually got like kind of depressed, because like, oh man, everything's kind of shit here. And then it's been like it was like a year since then, and so like I saved up again for another trip to Japan. So I just had to double check myself, to sanity check myself. It's like, is Japan like a really good option? So I went there again. I was like, yeah, I sanity checked myself. Japan is the place to go. It's like, it's really good. We know you were depressed when you came back to Canada. You made a video about it. It got like 70K. Yeah, there was a lot of people that watched that. Wonder if you ran into Sora the Troll by chance. Actually, I did. I did. I saw Sora the Troll in Japan. You might have a culture shock too. No, honestly, it wasn't. It wasn't as big as a culture shock that I thought. It was more of a culture shock for my friends, but for me, it felt like really familiar. From an economic perspective, is about yes, it is. From an economic perspective and just living in general, like the living quality is just so much better in Japan. It's like in Canada, like technically the rooms are bigger, things are just bigger. So on paper, it's supposed to be better in Canada, living standards wise. That's if you ask an economist. Economists are kind of dumb sometimes though, because they see everything like a statistic. But like realistically, like live like in real experience of Japan, right? It's so much better. It's so much better. It's like if you everything's just there. If you want it, you can have it. There's options for everything. Like Canada, there's very little options. So if you're out of the main system, you're just like kind of fucked. Like there's nothing there for you, right? In Japan, there's if you want literally anything, you can think of it. It exists and it lives and it exists like within a walking distance and for a reasonable price. I went to college and studied economics. Like 90% of economists only exist to shill for politicians and know next to nothing, to be honest. Yeah, I can kind of tell from like listening to a lot of like economists. Best city in Japan to visit. I think my favorite place is Osaka. I really liked Osaka. It has a lot of like character to it. It's not as like developed as Tokyo, but to be honest, I felt like Tokyo was kind of like a little bit like corporate feeling. It doesn't have the soul, you know. I really like Osaka because it still has like the soul. That's what I liked about it. I would love to live in Japan. However, the biggest problem is the work culture. That's insane from what I've heard. It's insane everywhere. So it's like you're not really because with the way a lot of work culture is these days, it's unless you're living in like Germany or something, it's pretty average Japanese work culture actually. 大阪、東京、京都、おはよう、おなり、こんにちは。It's like, because like from the stuff I hear from like people I know in Canada, the work culture is pretty bad. Like when Japanese people complain about the work culture in Japan, it doesn't seem unfamiliar. Like it seems like the stuff happens in Canada as well. And in the US, I hear it a lot as well. Like it's not much different. It's just work culture in general is really toxic, to be honest. That's why uh that's why it's hataraitara make. If you work, you just lose. That's why I don't work a wage job. Depends on where you work, probably. Yeah, that too. But also, it's just when wages aren't high enough to keep up with the rent, it's like impossible. It's like I have a friend, right? Where uh, he's like does he got like an engineering degree, right? So he actually designs stuff for hospitals. So uh, I think I don't know exactly what he does, but he does design work for hospitals, right? So he has a pretty good job, right? He makes an above average salary, even though he has a electrical engineering degree, and he has to work 12 hours days almost, like 11 to 12 hour days. He works weekends. He's growing gray hairs and he's wrinkling. And this guy is like 20, 24, 23, 24. He's already aging. Uh, because he has to work like more than 10 hours a day. So so when like Japanese people like talk about like the work culture in Japan, it really doesn't sound out of the ordinary, right? Like when I hear Japanese people talking about their thing or whatever, right? It's like, yeah, the 11-hour work days in Japan, for some people, or it really depends on when you work, where you work, right? The 11-hour work days that some people do, the depression, the anxiety, the health problems that come with it, I hear it here in Canada all the time. Like, it's not uncommon. Yeah, I'm an auto technician, and the place I work is a rich part of my city, and I live in an apartment near it. It was a 2,900 a month. What the fuck, man? That's crazy. I make $18 flat rate. Yo, that is awful. I feel so bad for you, man. That sounds bad. It sounds bad. That's why you should just work for the internet. Yeah, I mean that's what I do. Salaryman culture. So it's like the stuff that Japanese people talk about. It's really not out of the ordinary for like Canadians even, right? It's really not out of the ordinary. Like it's legit like a thing that just happens. Like it happens quite often. Like the benefit with Japan, right, is that at least you can afford shit. Cuz things are like half the price there, but the salary is pretty similar to Canada, right? Because Canadian salaries are not as high as American salaries, yet our prices are like almost that of California's in a lot of areas with like less jobs, right? So it's really hard for people. In Japan, it's like everything's like half the price, even in Tokyo. Like Tokyo is so cheap compared to like anywhere in Canada. Like I remember I went to like IHOP or whatever in Ottawa. It was like almost $50 for a meal, like for a shitty piece of bread and like eggs. I had to you had to pay like $50 for that shit. I'm like, what the fuck is this? As a Canadian, I'm just saving to leave. Life is not in the best spot right now. Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Don't get me started with when people get hurt with work in America too. Yeah, I hear it all the time here. It's cheaper in Japan right now. Yeah, it's a lot cheaper, like way cheaper. I heard fruits are usually unusually expensive in Japan. Is that true? Yes, it is true. Like fruits are kind of expensive in Japan, but they're also quite expensive here too. But they're definitely cheaper here than they are in Japan, but not by a whole lot. Things are way too expensive now compared to the pretty minuscule money we make, low income 9 to 5 jobs. It just makes me want to look up divorced dads and see how people deal with the work pay crisis. Yeah, honestly, I don't know. Like I don't know, divorced dads, they live in their car maybe. You can still get normal price fruit. Well, yeah, you can. Even the normal price fruit in Japan, it's still a little bit more expensive than Canadian fruit, I think. Like there's a lot of high quality like fruit in Japan, but you can get like normal like regular fruit too. But they have to live in the wasteland of New York. The wasteland of New York. I love that. I was thinking about moving to Canada from the UK as it's getting insane here too. But hearing you is just strengthening our pipe dream with my partner to move to Japan or South Korea. Yeah, like it's honest. Like I just went there to double check, right? I honestly do can confirm it is genuinely like just better there. Like even looking into policies and shit, I just think, in my opinion, I think it's just better in Japan. Although it's like, for example, if you're not an Asian person, you're gonna have a difficult time uh, being in the culture. Like you're definitely gonna struggle with the culture. If you are an Asian person, it's gonna be a lot easier for you though. Cause like, cause like for me, right? For example, living in Canada, like being an Asian person in Canada, I feel like a foreigner a lot of the time. Like a lot of my life, I am treated like a foreigner, even though I was born here. So even living in Canada for me, I get treated like a foreigner, and over a long time, it doesn't feel good. It feels kind of awful actually. But like me moving to Japan, I'll just be like everybody else. So it's gonna be a lot easier for people to see me as like an individual, you know? Is there sakura trees in Japan? Yes, there is. Of course there is. Why wouldn't there be? Can Indians be called Asians? I mean, technically they are, but I think in the English language, people generally refer like Asians to East Asian. Like in a practical, like technically you are correct, but in a practical sense, no. If you go to somebody like an American person and say this person is Asian, they're not going to think an Indian person, right? They're going to think an East Asian person. Even though that you are technically correct, it's not doesn't make sense in a practical sense. I'm from Canada and white, and it fucking sucks here. Yeah, it just even if you are white in Canada, it just still freaking sucks because it's just like for practical reasons, it just sucks. Russians are technically Asians. Yeah, that's true. It's like half of Russia's in Asia, so but they're not considered Asian. Japan is beautiful when you go to the countryside. Tokyo reminds me of New York a bit too much. The Divorced Dads card game does a great job of showing how white picket fence dads deal with both sides. What is this divorced dad shit that you keep talking about? No, Tokyo's nothing like New York, bro. I went to New York and there was some guys trying to sell me like LSD or some shit. You never see that in Tokyo. Elisa, have you ever been to Nagoya? Yes, I have. I actually have a video on it. Would you still be considered be a NEET in Japan? I mean, I'm a NEET now. What would change? Nothing would change. Thank you for the $5, William Villeneuve. as a white Quebecer, moving to Japan would be equivalent of a Saudi Arabian moving to the USA. I do not envy that experience. Well, yeah, it can be pretty hard. Like the thing is though, I think Japan's fairly welcoming to foreigners. Like Jap, like people say Japanese people are like racist. I don't think like from what I've experienced, I don't think so at all. Like Japanese people are very very nice, even to foreigners, right? It's just as long as you're not like causing a ruckus, right? The Japanese people do like foreigners, but it's like it's just over time you get treated like you're not Japanese, right? Which is an issue. When I was in Japan, I just got treated like a Japanese person, so that makes it easier for me to move to Japan, right? But for someone else who is a white person that moves to Japan, you will not be treated like a Japanese person. It's like they won't treat you poorly, but you will not be treated like you are the same as everybody else. You'll be treated like a foreigner. Even though even though they're not necessarily mean to you or like rude to you, it does get to you after a while. Like it does for me, right? Like living in Canada as an Asian person, uh, I I I feel like a foreigner a lot of the time. People treat me like a foreigner. I haven't had people, well, maybe some people, but like most of the time, I people aren't trying to be mean to me. They actually like the fact that I'm like Asian. Like they're interested in Asian culture. But even though they're doing a positive thing, it's like over time because I was born here, it feels wrong. Like it's like I shouldn't be treated like I'm different from everybody else because I'm supposed to be born here. It doesn't feel right. Tatemae, tatemae. I mean, Japanese people have tatemae, but also every culture has tatemae. Canadians have that as well. I think Canadians have more tatemae than Japanese people. When I was in Japan, people just said shit straight up to me. Like legitimately though. There was so many people in Japan that when I walked by them, they're just like, "Oh, I feel small," or "That person's so tall," or like, "What kind of like that girl is wearing such bright clothing." In Canada, you never have that. People don't comment on stuff like that. Personally, did find there was some racism in Japan. I'm white, but that was mostly the funny kind, and I even won over some people that did not like foreigners. Really. I mean, there are racists everywhere, right? But like from what I experienced in Canada, right? It's like I have people saying technically kind of racist shit all the time to me, right? Like, do you speak English? I get that in Canada. People don't think I speak English sometimes. Uh like or people just assume I'm like from China or like Japan or some shit or like people just assume like a lot of things about me, right? A lot of weird things about me because I'm Asian here, or they just like really stereotype me. Like they like the amount of people that like done the Asian eyes at me is like kind of insane in Canada. But it's like that applies to Japan as well. And it's like, yeah. And also it's like I've had people also say it's just like they don't like my kind, which is like yeah, it's a thing. It's a thing in Canada, even in multicultural nations, it's a thing. But I was born here, so it's like I can't do anything about it, right? Thank you for the $5. Even if you have citizenship, if you act like a gaijin, you are a gaijin. Yeah, I think that is true in in Japan for sure. If you act like a foreigner, you will be treated like a foreigner. That's just how it is. Even like, uh, I even seen like cases where it's like for like white people who act completely like Japanese people in Japan, they're treated like Japanese people. Uh, it's a lot of Japanese people will even assume they're half Japanese even though they're completely white, which is interesting. My parents are Asian, but I was born and raised in Brazil. But here in my neighborhood during COVID, an old lady threw yogurt at me and told me to go back to China. I never been to China. Yeah, I had that stuff too when COVID happened, right? That's just being an a-hole. You know, for a Beyblade stream, this sure got heavy. Yeah, I don't know. I have a lot of deeper talks and existentialism. Also, I need to update the thing because that's $69 now. It's not updating on its own, so I need to update it. I need to update it myself. Bionicle stream. There we go, $69. $69, nice. Nice. Got deep. People just hate people for some reason. I think a lot of the time it's just a lack of experience, to be honest. Like, I think most of the time hate happens because of misinterpretation or miscommunication more than anything. Or just like not enough knowledge about someone, right? It's like because there's also some people, right, where they don't like where it's like they are racist, right, but they're fine with an individual. You know, like the stereotype where it's like or like the racist person who has like that one black friend. They're also just unhappy in general. I don't think so. No, I don't think so. I don't think racist people are necessarily unhappy with themselves. I don't think that bullies are necessarily unhappy about themselves. I think more often than not, racists or bullies are probably more happy about themselves than the people that get bullied or are get like racism done to them. The timeline of Lisa's streams: existence, enjoyment, fulfillment, stasis, inertia, introspection, existential crisis. Yeah, I have interesting streams. People seem to like watching. I'm racist and I think I'm doing alright. I'm about to use my rage art race. I would agree. Ignorance is bliss, and if you're a racist or a bully, you're already pretty ignorant. Yeah, the thing is, ignorant people are more happy with themselves than people who aren't ignorant. It's like, unironically, there's some value into having ignorance. Like, you shouldn't know everything. It's just too stressful. I used to have a kid in the same class that was always hitting me, pinching me, and doing bad stuffs. We were little 8 years old or so. When I grew up, I knew this person passed from leukemia. Leukemia, really. That's too bad, though. Wait, so if I become racist, I can become happy? Not necessarily, but I don't think that's how it works, but I'm just saying. I think people who are bullies or racist tend to be a lot happier with themselves than, like, the people who actually get bullied. Are you sitting on the Beyblades? No, that would be too sharp. Beyblades are sharp. We're all a little ignorant. I mean, yeah, everybody's ignorant. No matter how ignorant you are, no matter how knowledgeable you think you are still ignorant in some sense. It's impossible to know everything, right? So for things you don't know, you just have to be honest with yourself and be like, I don't think I know enough to really comment. Wrong side of history. The stream feels super real. I mean, that's why people tune in. They like the realness, man. They like the realness of just me chatting and just saying weird shit. To be honest, I am ginger and I got bullied so bad as a kid. I bought tan lotion and hair dye and came to school as a different person. It was really scuffed. Yeah, it can get really bad. I think it's just at a certain point you just need to like try not to let it get to you. I know it's hard, but like for a lot of people who do bully, they just bully because they get a good reaction, right? It's like the lol cow shit, right? There are people who try to like shit on you online. Like so you got like 4chaners that like hunt down people or like they hunt for like lol cows, right? Like these forum posters and they literally just try to bully people like that seem susceptible to bullying online and they just go out there and just start like fucking like shitting on them. It works. It works. Some dark shit happens in those things, but like it does work. But it's yeah. But like for the people who are like the lol cows, I think they just have to not react to it because a lot of like malicious people they can sense that and they will exploit you for it. Thank you for the 20 gifted memberships, Coffee Man. Jesus, you give so many. What the hell? If you got a gifted sub from Coffee Bender, please say thank you. You get desensitized to that stuff the more you're exposed to it. Yeah. Like for me, I grew up with like some pretty toxic people in my life, or just like toxic family. So for me, I'm not really affected by it very much. So true. I learned to love my red hair and pale skin. Realized I was built different. Yeah, I'm built different for real too. I mean, we're all built a little bit different, right? You just see the top of Lisa's head. She's looking sad. I'm gonna sit up a bit. I'm gonna take a little break from Beyblade because I'm a little bit out of it today, to be honest. There we go. Hello. Hi. It's hard to let what does not matter aside. Yeah, it's really hard, especially when you don't know what is good. Like, for someone who is ignorant and like neurotic, for example, right? Or conscientious, I guess, like cares a lot about like what other people think, and you're ignorant. That can be kind of dangerous because it's like you don't know you want to be good and you want to look good in front of other people, but you don't know what other people want from you, which can make you think that everything is like an attack against you, right? So I think the best thing to do is just to get used to what people actually think, like to, I guess, smarten up, right? You should stream in this room more often. It has better lighting. I just have a different lighting setup today. That describes most women, sadly. Yeah, that it kind of does. They're very neurotic, which I'm also kind of neurotic because I'm also the same way. But the best I can do is just learn like the bullshit and then just get along, like play along with it, right? It's not bullying, but it's like some people get distance from social groups and stuff for no reason. Yeah, it happens. It really does. It could be a bunch of reasons, like you're just not talkative enough or you don't see the people enough for them to really care. Like, because a lot of the time, right? This is what I theorize, right? A lot of people uh, socialize because they feel like if anything goes wrong, the person can help them. But the thing is, if you only see this person like once every week, even or like once every 2 weeks, not very often, it's like how can they think in their head, like their subconscious, right? Their primal brains, like how can they think in their head like, oh, this person's gonna help me when I'm in my time of need? Is that a vertically set up drawing tablet? It is a drawing tablet. It has a arm, a VESA mount, because I use it for my sticker store. So yeah. By the way, I like your hoodie base. Thank you. Be like water and flow. Yeah, it's like a thing you have to just learn. You have to just adapt to it, right? It's like a party. They're drinking, smoking, and talking nonsense, but they don't talk about anything. Yeah, I don't know. It happens sometimes. I don't know what to do about it, to be honest, because I struggle with it as well. Like, I genuinely struggle with it. Feels like the concept of a tribe, a community that helps each other is dead. Thank you for the 20 real, Louise Castro. Yeah, I think so too, to be honest. It's like, because I feel like nowadays people have this assumption or like this philosophy that no matter who you are, like people are interchangeable. You see it like everywhere, right? With the social programs, the workplace. It's this assumption that everybody is exactly the same as each other, which I think is kind of dumb. Or that the actual person's like inside doesn't matter and it's all about just like the outside. And that like you can't build a person or like a person is a static object. I feel like for some reason there's a mindset nowadays that humans are static, they never change, and that they're interchangeable, which I think is just such a stupid way to think. Hyper individual and be going. It's because it's like this assumption, right? With the hyper individualism, it's like, oh, I lost a friend, I can just get another one. They'll be exactly the same as the last one. That's not how it works. I don't like people just assume people are interchangeable. It's like, oh, you lost a friend, the next person will be just as good. The time you spent with your last friend does not matter at all. Which is like, I think that is so stupid. That's such a stupid assumption. Because that's assuming that people don't change over time, right? If you're with a friend, right, they're not the same person you first met. Welcome to the Super Neat Club, late fee. But it's like, if you meet a person and then you like talk with them every single day and do stuff with them every single day, they're technically not gonna be the same person a year from then, right? They're not gonna act the same way as the person from before. It's like, for example, their affinity to you is quite different. BRB just picking for a new friend from the best friend store. Yeah, it's like time matters, and I think people don't realize this. I think like people apply it to like couples, like relationships, like friendships, jobs, and like everything. It's this assumption that everybody is interchangeable and everybody's the exact same and everybody's a statistic. And I think that's just stupid. It's stupid to assume that people are just statistics. Late fee, thank you for the $2, Smiley. Because like, for example, like when you talk with some people about like relationships, right? Like what do you see in a girl, or just like what would you do if you see a girl, or you say go out on a date with a girl, you don't immediately click, and what would you do? What would you do in your head? Like even if there wasn't many choices, what would people of the modern day do? I think a lot of people would just say, I just find another one. And then that's when you get Tinder. That's when you just get Tinder, right? And that's like kind of useless. And we all know that Tinder's fucking awful. Nobody likes Tinder. Tinder's fucking sucks. And this is why, because people assume everybody's interchangeable, because everybody's just a statistic. And it's just like, what? People aren't just a statistic. It's more nuanced than that. It's like, I think people of the past, like especially boomers, right? This is why I say like you should listen to your elders, even if you don't necessarily agree with them all the time. Is that for relationships, I think elderly people have a lot more healthy of a view of relationships than younger people. Like, for older people, a lot of the time, if they find somebody they don't completely match with, they will assume that the person that they're matching with is not going to be the same person 10 years from now. They're going to play the long game, right? They're going to be like, oh, this person might not be the best right now. They're not exactly what I'm looking for, but we can work together and compromise and see what we can do to make things better in the long run. Whereas I think now the assumption is that if it doesn't work out now, you just replace it, which I think is super stupid. I got matched with this married woman. I agree, well said. I would be thinking the generation before boomers. I don't know, maybe the boomers started it, but I think like if you talk to a boomer versus if you talk to like a younger person, I don't know, maybe it's because my grandparents are Asian, right? But at least for like my experience talking to like my Asian grandparents, their perception on relationships are very different than modern people. It's like they're more willing to compromise with each other just so because they assume that things will change over time. You have to build a person up into a person that would be like a good fit for you. You can't, people aren't just like exactly the same out of the package, right? You have to work your way, to build something better. It's not an Asian thing. It's applicable in the U.S. too. Okay, so like, yeah, I don't know, like, cause I have Asian grandparents, so I don't know how it is for like other people, right? But it's like a legit thing. The only grandparents on my extended family who is not divorced is Asian, lol. It's like the Asian people, they just have a very different mindset when it comes to like relationships, right? And it's like it's not just that, but it's also like jobs feel like they have this mindset that people are like interchangeable as well. Like for example, it's like if you don't have enough experience in a job, it's the assumption that someone with the exact same credentials as you is exactly the same as you, which I think is really dumb. And there's no way to really tell what a person actually is until you actually talk to them. I know in Japan they hire for different reasons. Like in Japan, right? When they hire someone, they usually assume that the person is going to change over time. So they usually don't care about the credentials so much or the skills so much. They more care about like the interests and the personality. So it's like, think about it. Like if you're talking to two people over time, right? One person has all the credentials, like a PhD or whatever, right? But he just did it because he just wants the clout for the PhD, right? Whereas another person, maybe he doesn't have a PhD, maybe he's not even like graduated, but super passionate about exactly what you're looking for. I think, in my opinion, I'd choose the guy who's passionate rather than the person who has the credentials. Because with the assumption over time, I think the person who is just with has the credentials is just going to be lazy because all they care about is their credentials. That's their whole personality. Whereas the other guy, he actually cares about doing the work because it's what he enjoys, right? I think in Japan they think about that more because maybe they're not the most skilled right now, but with the proper mindset over time, they will have those skills. Most Asians, not all, have a very traditional way of looking at things. I definitely know Asians that don't have a traditional way of looking at things, but I would say I have a more traditional way of looking at things. People can be in a learning mindset too. Yeah, 100%. I think people who have a learning mindset are just more open to improve themselves. Just over time, they do a lot better than the people who are just born with better stuff. It's like, and I think the people who do the best is people who have both, who are both born with stuff, but also have a good mindset. Those are the people who are going to be like the superstars. There's other people though who's like maybe they don't have the best stuff, right? They're not the best right away, not in the best living situation. They didn't come from the richest family or whatever, right? But they got a good mindset. You're still going to get to a modest place. You're still going to be successful probably. Unless you just like something super unlucky happens to you and you just get like cancer and die, but regardless of that, you should at least try. But it's like if you have a good mindset, you can actually move your way up, even if you're in a bad place. And then maybe your next generation, like your own children, will be the superstars. But that's fine too. Like you don't have to be the superstar. What about a guy who doesn't have both? Well, that's when you get really shitty people who are usually impoverished. Like like for a lot of really impoverished places, right? There's it's a mix of like a couple things. Like I did a little bit of research on it, right? Maybe not like a full expert, but from what I was getting, right, is that like it's some like for impoverished areas, a lot of them have a very backwards mindset when it comes to it that actually stops them from improving themselves. That's a very Buddhist mindset, karma and all. Is it really? Maybe. I don't know. I don't like actively think about like my mindset and like if it's Buddhist or not, but like I think naturally I just have a Buddhist mindset just like from growing up. Hello, hope you're having a good day. Yeah, I am having a pretty good day. I'm doing pretty all right. Yeah, closed-minded. It's like there's a reason why like they have a very toxic mindset too. Like uh I did like a little bit of research, right? Like I'm not super uh educated on why like places are super impoverished, but uh I think part of it is like lack of education is like a big one for like the really bad areas. Like I'm not just talking about like America, but just like worldwide, right? Lack of education is a big thing, but also just like the really backwards mindset that some of the places have that actually stops them from getting anywhere. Because as soon as anybody has any success, everybody else tears them down, which I can see that happening in Canada too, but it's nowhere near as bad as some of these other places. There's a lot of that in Africa too. Oscar Lewis coined the phrase title of poverty. He said the only way to help the impoverished is to not help them at all. That's the Asian mindset. That's an Asian mindset. For Asian people, I know like for like Americans, right? They're really into philanthropy. That's why like Mr. Beast has so many views because like philanthropy is like such a huge thing in like the US and like Western countries. In Asia, philanthropy is not very big. And I think a lot of it comes from like a Buddhist mindset. So I guess I guess one thing the Buddha said, I think where I read a little bit into this, but like the idea of like something the Buddha said is that everybody has, I guess, thirst, right? And part of it also it ties into karma, right? Where it's everything is suffering. Everything is dukkha, I think is called, right? So it's the philosophy is that life is suffering. Everything is suffering. No matter what you do, you will always be suffering, right? And they say in Buddhism, it's like you're not supposed to give someone something straight out. Like you're not supposed to just give someone things because if you give them something, it only helps them in the short term and destroys them in the long term. That's karma. Like I think one thing that the like people in the West misunderstand about Buddhist philosophy is that karma. They assume like karma is just like a tip jar where it's just like you fill it up and you have like if you make good karma, if everything you do is good, then you always have good karma. I think that's kind of stupid. I think it's like a misinterpretation of what karma is. There is such thing as doing too much good in Buddhism, right? Do you watch Dr. K? I watched a little bit of his stuff. I know he was like a Buddhist monk for a bit, but I was actually raised Buddhist, right? Uh, but like so life is suffering. Helping someone in the short term will actually kill them in the long term. It is part of a karmic reaction. Any high you have will immediately have an opposite reaction of a low. karma isn't just about doing good deeds for other people and having it come around to you. That's an overly simplified view, and I think it's a very Western lens of like viewing karma. It's almost like viewing of like Buddhism as like an Abrahamic religion. It's not the case. It's a misconception. I know a lot of Westerners, they assume like the golden rules are like hard rules, like the commandments, right? It's not equivalent. It's not the same. Starting to get the karma thing now. It's balance is key, right? Yeah, like you have to be kind of in the middle. You have to be consistent. If you have too much good, it's immediately going to go to a low. Think of it like a pendulum, right? A pendulum swings left and right. Your life is in constant highs and lows. If you knock the pendulum in one direction, it immediately swings in the other direction. So, yeah. But it does lose energy over time, and everything over time eventually sizzles down to the middle. That's the idea of karma. Anything with a reaction has an equal and opposite reaction. So in Buddhism, it's like I think one of the reasons why we actually don't value philanthropy is because doing too much good is actually bad karma. At least, are you going to clip out explaining karma and make it into a video? Maybe. Maybe I'll explain it to someone. And they call them Newton's law of karma. Or it's like control systems, right? In science terms, right? The universe wants to find balance. Anytime there's a unbalanced amount of like energy in one spot, it'll always try to balance itself. It's like the heat death, right? It's all entropy, right? It's weirdly enough like a lot of religious philosophies have bases in science as well, surprisingly. But it's like, for example, like heat distribution, right? Anytime you have something hot and something cold and you put them together, they will try to balance each other out. This is a form of karma. Buddhism, we need balance. The universe will balance by standing on your nuts. But so in Buddhism, right, you don't want to overexert yourself. You don't want to do too much good. Too much good is bad karma. Any short-term gains will actually lead to long-term despair. So you don't want to actually rock the boat too much, which kind of explains Asian people's characteristics, where a lot of Asian people don't want to rock the boat. That's just common. Like, that's just a thing with Asian people in general. And I think it leads to, it comes from like the view of karma and like Buddhism. Because Buddhism and Taoism, it all has like similar teachings that kind of are in a package, and they're all inspired by each other. But it's like this idea of balance, right? Please explain in Beyblade terms. Okay, so for example, the Beyblade El Drago. El Drago is a really powerful Beyblade, right? It's a left spinning Beyblade, but it's really good at sapping energy from a right spinning Beyblade. So if you rip your right spinning Beyblade, which is a high amount of energy, and then you hand spin your El Drago with a low amount of energy, by the end of the match, it doesn't matter what happens during the match, they will become an equilibrium. The power between them will be distributed and equalized. I think this is a form of karma. Phoenix have good karma. This is what I understand. Philosophical talk about Beyblade, subscribe. This makes perfect sense now, thank you. Profound. This is why I'm subscribed. There is a scene where Yoga throws his Beyblade and he still wins, so you're right. Yeah. Can you say in Yu-Gi-Oh terms? I don't play Beyblade. I don't play Yu-Gi-Oh, so I don't. はい、もちろんそうだ。ありがとう、コーヒーブレンダー。なるほど、なるほど。I need to update the thing now. I need to update the donation goal because it's not updating. It's $75. Hold on. Onicle stream. 500. 75. 03/01/2024. You better learn. TED Talk when. If you try to pull many Exodia cards, you waste your deck. Yeah, that's karma. One positive action has the opposite and equal and opposite reaction. Can we go one in Tekken terms? I don't know one in Tekken terms. Well, because Tekken doesn't go by physics. So it doesn't work. Like, because Tekken's not in the real world, so I can't really, I don't know if I can do that. Whereas like Beyblades are like actual real life physics. Karma can catch these hands. Now explain in Fortnite terms. Karma is like a volatile cryptocurrency. Yeah, unironically, like stock trading, a lot of the time is like similar in like to karma. Tekken is unbalanced, confirm. Too much good karma punishes you in Tekken. I guess in Tekken, right? It's like having a move that's too good is usually punishable. I mean, but that's designed by the devs, not by the universe. So I don't know if it applies. Can you explain it in LA Noire terms? Interesting point of view. I like to see karma as a result of life contingencies. Once you affect the world, it itself affects you. Yeah, that is another way to view karma as well. Karma is a very broad term. Like I think a lot of people have a misconception about what karma is. It's actually a lot more broad than you think. Like because like the word karma itself, it actually like the word karma, it just means consequence. It doesn't actually mean like it's not its own unique thing, right? Because before they like in Buddhist terms were like in some Indian language, so a lot of the stuff are really basic words. Like karma is not magical. Like the only reason why it feels like the word seems magical is because it's not in English. But if a more accurate translation of karma is just consequences of your actions, like consequences, just in general. Karma is consequence. I wanted to interview you. Is there a way to contact you? So if you go into my email, or if you go into my YouTube page, you can email me. Karma is a classy way of saying F around, find out. Yes, the bell curve. Like, the more you fuck around, the more you find out. I hear someone say karma is basically your action. I don't know. It's something like that. I feel like karma would be a good name for an energy system, for an anime. Writes it down. You know, like, well, there are anime that take like a lot of inspiration from Buddhism. Like, you actually act. It's kind of crazy. You know Madoka Magica? How many of you guys know Madoka Magica? Like, do you guys know Madoka Magica? Madoka Magica is like a great anime, by the way. If you haven't watched it, you should watch it. But Madoka Magica. Puella Madoka Magica. Puella Madoka Magica. Madoka Magica. So for the people who, there's gonna be mild spoilers here about like Madoka Magica, right? That anime is terrible. What do you mean it's terrible? It's amazing. But Madoka Magica, it's quite unique. It's a lot more philosophical than people think it is, like on the surface. If you don't know much about Buddhism, you might actually a lot of the stuff in Madoka Magica would fly over your head. But the plot of Madoka Magica is it's supposed to be the tale of Faust mixed with Buddhist concepts. That is the story. So the tale of Faust is a Christian, I guess, a Christian-based story where it's about a guy who sells his soul for all he sells his soul for all the riches he can get. But then he suffers in a lot, like he suffers, right? It's like Tekken's kind of like this. Like Kazuya, he sells his soul to become the devil gene, like to have the devil within him, right? So he awakens as the devil. Like for all this power, he sells his soul to it, right? But then by the end of it, he gets his soul, he's consumed by the devil, right? But so so in Madoka Magica, it's magical girls who have a basic wish, and in exchange for their wish, they become a magical girl. So they have to fight witches, right? So in exchange for what, like a single wish, whatever they want, they they have to fight witches and risk their lives to fight witches. So, what they find out eventually in Madoka Magica is that all magical girls that do good as a magical girl actually become witches. And doing good as a magical girl and becoming a powerful magical girl actually is just becoming a powerful witch is a consequence of being a powerful magical girl. That this is karma. Even you see that QB, the cat thing, right? The cat thing, they call this a karmic reaction. A very powerful magical girl that does so much good for the world will become the most powerful, a powerful witch, just as powerful as they were as a magical girl, right? So it's supposed to be a karmic reaction. And in Madoka Magica, they use this change in reaction, this karmic reaction, to power the universe, to beat entropy in the universe. Because they're like, QB's like an alien from outer space, and they use the emotions of like girls and their changes and swings to actually beat entropy in the universe. And actually, it's pretty interesting, right? Like, it's a pretty interesting idea, because like if you think about it in real life, humans have this like somehow have this way of like beating entropy. You know, like in science, there's this idea that everything is supposed to be equilibrium. Everything ends up in entropy. Everything is a heat, ends in heat death, right? Everything's meant to equalize and become particles, right? Somehow humans manage to stop this cycle. It's like the fact that humans haven't actually lost to entropy yet is crazy in the eyes of science. Madoka is yet another Faust story. There's also so many of these in literature as a philosophical piece. It's really not anything special, but the animation is nice. It's not just a Faustian story, it's also a Buddhist story. It's about Buddhism as well. Like it's a Faustian story, but it's also a Buddhist story. That's what makes Madoka Magica so interesting. It's like if you don't know anything about Buddhism, you probably wouldn't pick up on it. But the idea of the witches, the magical girls becoming witches, that is a, I guess, materialization of what karma is supposed to be. So you see Madoka, right? They have these dreams, right, to do like good things. They do all the good things, but in turn for doing all the good things, they actually do much more harm than they do good. So you see, like a lot of the characters, the way they develop in Madoka Magica is that they originally start out with good intentions, but their intentions become corrupted once they realize the real world, and it actually ends up being the opposite. The more you try to help, the more you hurt. And that's sort of I think that's sort of the philosophy in Madoka Magica. They're trying to materialize or like show you what the consequences of karma. Like this is what karma does. This is what karma is. You either die a hero or live long enough to become the villain. Yeah, that is a way to visualize karma, right? It's either you die a hero or you live long enough to become the villain. Anything with a action has an equal and opposite reaction. So it's all a loop. Yeah, Madoka Magica is like the world is always repeating, right? Everything's repeating. So in the end, Madoka becomes a god, so she creates a new world where there's no witches. So she does good. Right? She breaks the cycle. She breaks the karmic cycle of reincarnation, or I guess like repetition, right? So you have like Homuda. Homuda, she's a time traveler, and she's constantly trying to save Madoka, right? She has these good intentions to save Madoka, but in turn for trying to save Madoka, she constantly ends up destroying the world in the process, because trying to save Madoka actually makes her a more powerful magical girl, because she puts her power into her for like multiple timelines or whatever. They all have links. It has an equal and opposite reaction to a point where Madoka actually becomes a more and more powerful witch every time she dies in every timeline. So this is the reincarnation cycle in Madoka Magica, as the time travel, right? By the end of it, they actually break out of the cycle, and Madoka becomes like a Buddha or a Bodhisattva, Bosatsu, right? Madoka becomes a Bodhisattva, right? And she breaks out of the cycle of reincarnation, life and death. She becomes a god, essentially, right? Like a demigod or whatever. And she makes a wish that there's no such thing as witches around the world because she can do that because she's so powerful, right? She becomes this bodhisattva, right? Or in Japanese called a bosatsu. So she breaks out of the cycle of life and death. And bodhisattva in Buddhism are people who reached enlightenment, but they choose not to reach full Buddhahood, so they can help other people that are still in the cycle. So essentially, what that's trying to represent is Madoka she becomes a bodhisattva to help the people who are in the cycle of life and death on Earth to, help them reach enlightenment, right? But in the movie, after she becomes a bodhisattva, right, there needs to be an equal and opposite reaction, right? Because that's the style of Madoka Magica. It's supposed to be a karmic story. So instead, Homura ends up becoming, because Madoka becomes a bodhisattva, and she's basically God, right? She's the embodiment of good. Homura, because she misses Madoka, she actually becomes the devil so that she can lure Madoka, and so they can be together forever, which is interesting. So it represents like the equilibrium. So Madoka becomes the most good being on the planet, in the universe, whereas Homura, because Madoka became the embodiment of good, Homura had to become the embodiment of evil to actually balance them out. Life cycle. It's kind of spoiler, but this kind of happens in Future Diary as yeah, it does. But it's like, it's really deep. Muahaha, ore wa kami da. Bodhisattva. Bodhisattva is a Buddhist, a demigod. Oh, you didn't see the movie, but it's like, I didn't expect alien Buddhism today, but I think Madoka Magica is a really interesting anime. I think if you don't know anything about Buddhism, a lot of the stuff that happens in Madoka Magica is gonna completely go over your head. Like, you're not gonna have any idea what the fuck's happening, and you're probably gonna think the show's shit, which I think you're kind of undercutting it, right? Thank you for the $5, Jay Zig. What's your favorite song? My favorite song? I don't know. That's hard to say. But thank you for the $5. What would be my favorite song? I don't know. I'm kind of a weeb. I'm gonna say like Rolling Girl from Hatsune Miku Rolling Girl. Homura loved Madoka so much because she became the devil because of that love. Damn, that's kind of tragic. It happens in real life as well. It is a thing. Like, for as much as there is good people on the planet, there's as many bad people, I guess, so that they can be the bad guy. I don't know. Like, maybe I'm not explaining it well, but if you ever watch Scarface, that amazing scene by like the main actor, I don't actually know his name, but Tony Montana is like the main character, right? But he says, like, he has this whole like scene where it's just unscripted, right? And he's saying like, "Oh, I'm Mr. Bad Guy." And he's just completely drunk and he's calling everybody just out, and he's like saying, "I'm Mr. Bad Guy. You guys, you all need me, 'cause you think you're good, but you just need to point at me and tell me I'm the bad guy," right? Al Pacino. Oh, okay. Look at me, Mr. Bad Guy coming through, right? So I think it was trying to like demonstrate that like the people who are good aren't actually necessarily good, because the people who are good, they need something bad to point at to show that they're good, and just as equally, right? The bad guy needs good people to get attention from them for being bad, because some people like to get recognized as bad, right? Chino, Al Al Pacino, Al Pacino. Okay, Al Pacino. Whoops. So basically, it is not about morality. Even if it's you're evil doing the right actions at the right time, you'll earn your victory. It's physics. Yeah, yeah, it is. That is karma. It's a lot like more complicated than people like think. I guess people just because I feel like people view in the West view karma almost like through an Abrahamic religion lens, like it's a Christian thing. Like it's almost like you will, if you do good, you will get to a better tier of like reincarnation or whatever. That's a very Western religion way of viewing it. I think it's a misinterpretation of what it actually is, to be honest. 面白い。面白いよ。面白いよ。It's true, everything. We can't define anything without the opposite, yeah. It's like you have no definition of what's good unless there's something that's the opposite of good, right? There's, if everybody was good, then there would be no way to really define good. When are we seeing a cooking live stream again? The last one was very relaxing. Whenever I'm just like cooking something long, but thank you for the 5 reel, Neil. Thank you. Fetch, fetch, fetch. It does take work to not become a hateful D-bag. Yeah. Like sometimes genuinely, especially when like times are really tough, it's really easy to be good when things are easy, right? Like I think a lot of people have like this sort of oh, thank you for the 2 pounds, Prince Scott. But I don't know, like there's like these armchair philosophers or whatever that assume that like I kind of criticize people, but I don't know. Maybe I have no right to criticize anybody because I don't even have a high school degree, or I don't even have a high school diploma. So it's whatever. But it's like there's people who, assume that everybody can be good. If you think about it, it's like you can't. That's not possible, right? It's easy to be good if it's easy to be good, but not everybody has that. Some people have to do wrong. Not gonna lie, the nicest people around have had the toughest lives. Yeah, I think so. Makes me barf that anybody thinks that's an original concept for a story, but I do like the Buddhism explanation. Well, the Faustian thing is not new at all. It's very common, especially in Japanese media. It's super common. But the addition of the Buddhist concept as well as the Faustian concept is like, that's pretty unique. First time here. Hello. Hello, Toji Vertigo. How are you doing? Are you a practicing Buddhist? I was raised as a Buddhist. Love this topic. I'm super into philosophy. Me too. I just like talking about it sometimes because people find it like interesting, and I think about these random concepts in my head, just like kind of just like doodling ideas in my head. You don't have a high school diploma? Oh, Elisa, I think I could help you if you get it. You can be sure of the support of the community. Thank you. I just never really bothered. I never really bothered with it. I mean, I dropped out of high school because I was like depressed, but I just never got back into the high school because I didn't really see anything, like any point in it. And lo and behold, after like a few years, it really didn't matter because even the people with high educations that I know just don't make any money anyways. So I was right in the end to just not care about it. If you like Madoka, then watch Evangelion plus the end of Evangelion. Yeah, I already watched that. Oh, damn, Jesus Christ. Thank you for the $100, Frost Sora. Holy shit. Everybody can be good as long as they are given the opportunity to be good. Life is a tough, but I personally always think if as someone else most likely has things worse. Take care and stay positive. Keep up the streams. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $100. Jesus Christ. Bro did not understand with dropping the cash. Thank you so much though. Holy shit. I just mentioned huge, huge donation. Thank you. Legos incoming. Yeah, I had to bring it to 180. Hold on. I need to update it. How much is it? 183.54. 03 01. There we go. Jeez, that's huge. What Legos will you get? I'll probably get Bionicles since someone wanted me to get Bionicles. Bionicle streams. Bionicle stream. Like, imagine passing 7 years of your life studying to be a doctor and all you get is $20 a month, only in Venezuela, dude. Only in Venezuela's, dude. Yeah, that's actually insane. That's kind of awful. I feel bad for the people who try that hard and then just get spat on. I almost dropped out too. I would stay in bed for 3 days straight. I persisted. Now I go to the U.S. engineering in the U.S. There is a chance I will go to Notre Dame. Amazing things happen when we try. For sure. Like, you should always try. Like, I don't encourage people to actually drop out of high school, right? Like, I encourage people to do the best they can. Like, I think, in a way, it's like the whole neat persona thing, right? For me, I think the idea of like being a NEET for me is like it's an embodiment of suffering. Being a NEET is suffering, and it's like you need to help each other break out of the cycle of suffering. If you are a NEET life is suffering. Every day is a repeat of the last. You are constantly reincarnating into the same room. You need to break out of the cycle of being a NEET, and you need to do something more with your life. You need to try, at least, to improve yourself, even if it's just a little bit. Yo, we making it out of bed with this one. Yeah, honestly. But it's as much suffering as there is, like for the Buddhist monks, right? They live a life of suffering. Everything is suffering. The whole philosophy is about suffering. But then why do they keep trying? It's because you have to break out of the cycle. Even if it is suffering, like trying to make it worse isn't gonna make it better. Like just like not helping yourself is bad karma. You need to try. Even if it is hard. It is hard. It is hard. It's hard for everybody, okay? But you need to try, even if it is hard. Need is accepting suffering. Stoicism. Thank you for the another $100. What the fuck? Holy shit, Loki Cookie. Oh my god. What? Thank you. $100. Holy. Another one. Oh my god. You guys are crazy. Stream. 500. 283.54. 03 slash 0101 slash 2024. Yeah. Jesus, thank you. Holy shit. I heard Bionicles have a simple man. There's a lot of simple men out here. There's nothing wrong with that. Bionicles are goated, so I can't blame you. Is this karma? This is good community. We girls making bank out here. Almost 50%. I think it is more than 50%. That's more than 50%. All this money for talking about Boris Farter. It's not Boris Farter. It's Bodhisattva. Don't you know? Or in Japanese, you could say Bosatsu. Bosatsu is the word in Japanese. Good karma hitting nice. Thank you for the 10 real Kayo. Please come to Brazil. We have Pau. Okay, so someone told me the correct way to pronounce this. Pau de Queijo? It's not. I said Pau last time, and apparently that means dick in Brazilian. Is it Pau? Am I pronouncing it right? You tried your best. It's like you're not supposed to pronounce it as a vowel. You're kind of close. Okay, I'm getting better at least. I'm getting better. I'm improving. So thank you so much for the 10 reals, Kyle. 285.55. Okay, donation goal. $285.55. 03 01 2024. Why are you always wearing the same hoodie, my gal? 'Cause I love this hoodie. This hoodie's amazing. Shut up. It means literally cheese bread. Oh, I see. Is Bionicle a game or a Lego set? It's a Lego set. Don't you know? Pio de que Pio de Queijo. Queijo. Pio. Pio de Queijo. Is that correct? Do you put your Legos on display in your home? Yes, I do. Being part of the stream makes me feel less lonely. I'm glad you feel less lonely, to be honest. I'm trying to build a community, so I think my goal on YouTube is to build the strongest community on YouTube. I don't know how I'm gonna do that, but I'm gonna try my best. I have a Discord server and it's been kind of dead because I haven't really like worked on it, but I do plan on actually revamping it and taking back control of it. So I'm gonna make a new Discord server and advertise it on like the YouTube, and then so you guys can just like talk or whatever in it. Make sure you behave, okay? You can do it based. I want to have like the strongest community. I want to okay, I want to be influential, you see? I want to be huge. I want to have more than 1 million subscribers. I want more than 10 million subscribers, okay? I want more than 10 million. And I want to be ambitious. But I also want to be influential. I don't want to just be like an I show speed kind of person where I just like do stupid shit and like get views for it. I want to actually have influence over people's lives. I want to actually be someone people look up to. Something that's actually to like work for. Isn't it supposed to be like 4chan on there? I don't. At this point, it's kind of become that because it's just like it's kind of dead. Lamau Speed is funny though. He's funny, but he's not influential. Become a cult leader? That'd be kind of based. Like a cult leader? Yes. Just yes. I want to be a cult leader. Yeah, a cult leader. Elisa Tate shutting the Matrix down. Female Tate. That'd be kind of funny. That would be kind of funny. Neat cult, neat cult. You called out Speed, lol. I watched I Show Speed's videos. I watched his streams. I was like, what the fuck is this? He just does like something random and it just screams. Oh, you know, starting cults around here. Who's gonna stop me? Run for president of YouTube? That'd be awesome. I should. No, I should run for president of the world. I should become the most powerful artist in the world. He is funny though, haha. He is funny, but it's like it's not. He's funny like I find like this. I don't know. Like no, I'm not trying to like downplay what he's done, but like honestly, when I watch his content, he's funny like a clown is funny. He's not funny like someone actually. He's not funny like a comedian. He's funny like a clown, in my opinion. PewDiePie better watch out. I should be saying it's 80% barking and 20% tweaking. Yeah, I've seen that. He literally just barks when he gets angry. I will join the call. You're the reason I started taking my fiction writing more seriously. Based. AKA, he has a bad sense of humor. I guess, yeah, it's kind of just shock humor, but there's nothing more to it. Like, there's no depth to it, right? Where she's throwing mad shade. He even barked at his dad. He barks at his dad. What the fuck? We need unrealistic beliefs to be a cult, like a raptor deity or something. I know. I have an idea for an unrealistic belief. My unrealistic belief is that if we break out of the need cycle, we will own a house. Guys, you'll own a house and a car and like have a wife and kids and shit. How about that? There's no female speed. There's a gap in the market, Elisa. I think there would be a problem if there was a female, like a female black girl with like just no shirt on all the time and just like screaming. It's a little bit different when a girl does it. Drake. I'll just take the house. You'll own nothing and you'll be happy. Lamau. Need to normie speedrun when. There's a reason why dreams aren't a part of reality. Now that you mention it, I advocate for gender equality. I think the connotations when a girl does like extreme stuff is very different than when a guy does extreme stuff. The problem is when girls do extreme stuff, it's not funny, it's gross. When guys does it, it's funny. When girls do extreme stuff, it's either like gross or sexual. It's just not the same context as if a guy does it. Like if a girl were to do the same things as I show speed, it would not receive the same response. Either there would be people that are extremely horny, or or there would be people that would just be disgusted. Double standards. Yeah, it is a thing. It is 100% a thing. Would you ever consider doing a walking simulator stream like Sora does? Yeah, I'd consider it, but the problem is I don't really live in an area that's like has anything interesting. Same with the female stand-up comedians. Yeah, they just don't really hit the same as like the male ones. I think the issues is that the female stand-up comedians try to do the same jokes that guys would do, and it just doesn't land because they're just women, right? It's not the same connotations when you're a woman. Like for example, right? If a guy were to say like, "Oh, I suck dick, bro," like I totally suck you off right now, right? If a woman were to say that, you'd say like, "Oh, yo, base, like right now, really? Sure." Like that, then it becomes sexual, right? It's just it doesn't work the same way. Like some of them can. Haha, woman moment. It works. It's the same thing with me too. It's like I can't make the same jokes as guys do because I'm a girl, so it just doesn't land the same. Based. Or maybe a prank stream. Yeah, it doesn't land the same. It doesn't land the same. If you're a girl and you do a prank on a guy, they'll think you're flirting with them. That is not how it works with girls. Like it's just not the same connotations or context. She's right though. It's like dudes make dick jokes and gay jokes all the time, right? Well, for the women's side, you have Amy Schumer. Like, she makes vagina jokes, right? Why isn't it funny when she does it? It's just gross when she does it. And it's like, it's so gross that it's a meme. You know why? Because there's a double standard. Thank you. Welcome to the super neat club, Cheems. It do be like that. 'Cause she's corny. This says a lot about society. It's like I'm funny, but I will never make the same jokes as a guy. Like a lot of the stuff I do, it just hasn't like a lot of things that are funny for me, like because I'm a girl and I'm a pretty girl, I would never do as a guy because it just wouldn't work. But like a lot of my funniness comes from my awkward quirkiness. And a lot of these things would not land if I were a guy because it just doesn't make sense. Like, why is anybody gonna care about a quirky guy? They're just gonna be like, this is just some autistic dude that doesn't know how to socialize. But if it's a girl doing it, it's funny because it's like, oh, it's so cute, right? Always humble, Elise. I literally call myself the most powerful artist. Of course I'm humble. I'm the most powerful, humble person in the world. Very impressed so far, by the way. I showed up for Beyblades and what I got was someone asking me to reconsider my opinion about Madoka because of Buddhism. Society. She just exposed herself, Lamau. I'm just open about it. I feel like female personalities can only be expressed to female audience. Male personalities always have male audiences. No, that's not true. That's not true. Men in general are just bigger consumers in general, except in like literature. Just men in general just tend to be bigger consumers of media, just in like inherently. It's like for YouTube, right? Most of my audience is male. I know most of my audience is male, so for me to like make my content, I have to consider that most people who watch my streams are male. Although people who watch my channel as a whole, about 30% of them are female. Women like written eroticas 10 more times more than dudes. It's not even true. That's why I said except in literature, it's different. It's like with the exception of stuff like literature. It's just guys are just inherently bigger, like more consumers. Or, yeah, like how just consume a lot more media and stuff than girls. And also in general, it's more common for guys to be like more in-depth consumers, or I guess more obsessive consumers. Women generally tend to be more casual consumers of stuff. Yeah, men consume media, women consume men's souls. Fuck you, Carla. I know you're watching. What the fuck? Yo, that's out of pocket, okay? Big Al for Carl. Thank you for the money, Coffee bender. You had to repent, Carla. Carla is cooked. Damn, drama in chat. Yeah, fucking Carla, man. What did Carla do though? I don't know. Now everybody's just talking about Carla in chat. I don't know who the fuck Carla is. I feel like guys have more freedom in what they can say and act without audience repercussions, whereas that doesn't always apply to female content creators. Yeah, I think inherently you can be more extreme as a guy and not have as much like social repercussions. Uh, Whereas with a girl, if you try to do the same thing as a guy, it comes off as wrong. It comes off as gross. It's kind of weird, right? So it's like unless you're appealing to like the very like I guess like really liberal market of people, usually if you try to use the same kind of jokes as a guy would use as a girl, it's just not gonna land well. So you have to kind of make jokes that are specifically tailored to what you are. You need to Carla be try catching strays. You need to make jokes that fit you as a woman, I think. Because, like, for example, right, it's just, there's many things, right? If you're a short person, don't make the big guy personality. It's pretty obvious. Your personality has to be based around you, your physical characteristics, as well as your personality, right? Know the audience. Yeah, like, humans are inherently, like, a certain way, I think. It's not, like, I think humans aren't necessarily, like, they're malleable to some extent, but you can't just say whatever you want and expect it to go well, because that's just out of touch with, like, your audience, right? Don't tell dick jokes to your parents, lol. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much that's about right. And Lamau, if I was short, I'd do the complete opposite, sadly, Lamau. Rism with the tism. Unironically, me being autistic online as a girl actually works really well, which is, I was kind of surprised about it, but a lot of people are into it, because it's like, I'm quirky. I'm kind of like weird and quirky, but I'm still like likable as like a girl, right? Elisa proves karma. Apparently so uncharismatic, she becomes very charismatic. Yeah, that's the funny thing is like I'm so uncharismatic, I come off as charismatic, which is like a funny thing, because like for example, like I think an issue with a lot of YouTubers, right, is that they try too hard to be charismatic, and it comes off as fake, and a lot of people can tell. Whereas I try to do the opposite, right? I try to be like kind of weird. Like I go out of my way to actually make things weird for myself. Like if you ever watch like a Quentin Tarantino movie, like Pulp Fiction or whatever, he actually makes really long and drawn out shots because it makes the characters seem more realistic and awkward, and like it makes them feel more charming, right? So I actually do that because it actually adds to my personality, and I want people to love my personality above all on YouTube, to be honest. But I think it's just like showing a little bit of vulnerability and not trying to like come off as like the hyper intelligent or it shows you're not insecure. Like, you don't care about looking stupid sometimes. Like, I look stupid. I don't give a shit that I look stupid. I know everybody looks stupid, man. Like, I'm comfortable with myself, right? And I think that's what makes me charismatic, right? Thank you for the potato, panda in a panda suit. The charismatic meter went down so much they made a full turn in max. Yeah, that's just how it is. Girl, you started with Beyblade. We know you're quirky. I know. I'm just being myself. I'm just being autistic and shit. Yeah, presentation can be easy to pick up. Thanks for the which more Bionicles? Thank you for the 10. Which currency is that? Sorry if I got it wrong. Crowns? No. No. Yeah, I don't know what currency that is. But thank you for your first super chat, Cheems. Patch, thank you so much. Patch. I need to update again. It's $2.99 now. Bionicle stream. 500. $2.99.03. 03/01/2024. There we go. Jeez. Comfortable to make mistakes, meet your chat. Thanks for the 10 euros, Hunter. Jesus. Hey, Lisa, I've been looking for ways to reach out because I'd love to commission some artwork from you based on a design you sketched before. Love what you make. Keep up the good work. Thank you for the super chat. Patch. For your first super chat. It's a little bit hard to do like commissions, to be honest. I have dedicated times when I do commissions. The problem with commissions is that you can very easily get flooded with them because they do take quite a bit of time. As of now, I'm not really taking commissions, but sometimes I do art commission streams where I just start doing commissions like live on the fly. So if you catch one of those streams, then I could maybe do your commission there. Thank you for the 10 euros again, by the way. $3 or $309.75. Bionicle stream. 309.79. There we go. Yay. I used to have to do presentations in front of 20 or so people regular, and surprisingly, people have told me that I seem confident when I admit stuff like not remembering info. Yeah, I think showing vulnerability shows that you're confident, to be honest. Like, I know most of the people here are guys, right? Like, if you're talking with a girl, right? People assume you need to be like the ultra giga chad, like sigma male, whatever the fuck. You need to be fucking shit to women, right? Whatever, right? I think the reason why you guys have that impression is because a lot of girls, they like guys who are going somewhere, at least, who have a good mindset. It's a lot, like even a lot of those like sigma males, like asshole, like chads or whatever, even though if they're like cheating, they're doing awful shit, at least they're doing something with their lives. They're actually going somewhere, like they're trying something, right? I think that's what women like, but they might not necessarily get the whole picture. Like, the reason why they like that is because they're actually doing something. But the problem is that the problem is that they're not very, I guess, like sociable, right? But sometimes it's better just to sometimes it's better to go with the person who is actually going somewhere than the guy who's just sociable and going nowhere. So I think if you want to get a date or whatever, right? I definitely don't like you shouldn't be scared about being vulnerable. Don't be scared about being too vulnerable, but also make sure it's very clear that you have a good mindset and that you want to go somewhere. Like a lot of girls will go like a lot of girls will go with the guy who has a good personality and a good mindset, even if they have no money, right? It's like even feminine guys, like in Japan, feminine dudes, they're dominating. Like there's tons of pretty boys that are just like absolutely like players, right? Even like Astolfo, right? Astolfo is based off of a French guy who is like really feminine, but he's just absolutely just like a player. Uh, what if you come off as dry? That can work. Anything can work. It's like anything can work as long as you are trying to improve yourself and trying to do something better. Because like women, I think a lot of women, it's like they want to think in the future. They want to think, they don't think about like now, right? Or some of them do. No, no. Let's be real though. Let's be real here. Some of them do, okay? Some of them think just now, but I think a lot of women also just that they think in the future. They're like, can this person be a good person in the future, right? So you need to ease their mind on that at least, but also, you know, be okay with being vulnerable in a controlled enough state, right? I've seen man babies with girlfriends slash wives. There's no chance. There's a chance for everyone. Yeah, for sure. Like there are some like man children that do like get girls. Like I think as a guy, you can pretty much make anything work as long as you own it and you want to improve. You can make a shit you can make a shit deck work as long as you make it your thing and you want to make it like to the best extent possible. Think of it like Danny DeVito, right? Everybody loves Danny DeVito, but he's like short and he's a short king, right? He is a short king. Admittedly, he's might be not the best, traditionally the best looking guy, but he owns it. He owns it and he doesn't give a shit. And that shows confidence. I think that's what people are looking for, especially women. It's like women like that. If you even if you don't have the best cards, if you show confidence and that you care, as long as you get like a good like someone good who actually like can pick out that stuff, they will notice. Like not gonna lie, there are some girls who are just super shallow. That is also a thing too. But also there are girls who aren't shallow. It's like sometimes if you find someone who is just really shallow, it would have never been like it anyways. Even if you got with them, it's like they're so shallow, it wouldn't even be a good relationship in the end anyways. You should find someone who fits you. It should all be in relation to you, I think. So be more confident. It's hard to just say be more confident, right? Because like being confident means something different for everybody else. I think being confident, it means like being okay with being vulnerable, but also showing that you're capable. You should be capable. Like if you're vulnerable and incapable, you're a man child. If you're capable but not vulnerable, you're a Chad but also a tyrant and kind of an asshole. But if you're capable and vulnerable, you're very I think you would be very ideal, like good. And that's very good. That's very ideal, to be honest. Just be normal. Be more upfront, I guess. Like be okay with being like what you are, right? Because there just certain things you can't change, right? So you just it's best to just own it. like people, I remember there was people like shitting on me for saying like short kings like that are like mean or whatever. But it's like I think people were like misrepresenting what I was trying to say, right? I don't think short kings are bad. I just think that there's a lot of short kings out there who are assholes because they're insecure about their shortness. But it's like if you own it, you will find someone. Like it's you know, like it doesn't matter if you're not the strongest, you're not the tallest, you whatever. A lot of girls, they're not the tallest, they're not the most attractive either. That's fine, right? It's just whoever is a good fit for you. It's Are you telling us to become normies? No, I'm just telling you to become what you are. If you're not a normie, don't be a normie. Like if it's just not meant to be, don't be it. It's not just it's bad karma, you know? Best of both worlds. Lisa hates short dudes. It's like, well, I don't hate short dudes. I think people are misrepresenting my point. It was more just like I don't like short dudes that have awful personalities because they're so insecure about being short. And like, legitimately, there is quite a few short kings who are just like fucking assholes because they're insecure about it, right? But it's like the thing is, you don't have to be. There's short girls out there too. You don't have to be, like you don't, you don't have to be tall because there are short girls out there that will go for you. I also think it's just like it's kind of dumb like some of those girls who are like really short to go for a super tall guy as well. Description sounds awfully specific. It's specific because it's apparent enough that it actually makes a difference. Damn, I wish I could stay longer, but I gotta go. This is a very interesting subject for me. Yeah. I don't know, interesting talks. I don't know, a lot of people like listening to my Elisa rants, you know? You are who you are, and that's cool. Like, yeah, there's certain things you just can't change about yourself, right? I can't change that I'm tall, or I can't change that I'm autistic, but I might as well own it, and maybe I'll find, like, I'll be a better autistic person than any non-autistic person. I'm not gonna change my brain structure or some shit to not be like autistic. I'm just autistic. The best I can do is emphasize it in a way that's interesting to people, that's likable, right? And I think that's what my charm is. It's like it turns a bad thing into a good thing because it's like it's a little bit quirky, it's weird, but it's in such a way that I'm still likable to like many people. The moment you stop caring is the moment you become more attractive. Yeah, yeah. The late Joey Jordison was short and androgynous, and he was very popular with the girls. Yeah, like, I don't know, like, there's plenty, like, the 80s rock star, right? A lot of them are, like, really flamboyant, or a lot of them just do straight up drag, right? They're players. They absolutely, like, slay. But it's because they're confident. They own their weird characteristics. Your streams are nice to listen to. The background in the background. You can only be yourself. Might as well be more of you. Yeah, that's what I say. It's like you might as well concentrate the you, right? You might as well like refine it. It's like you're weird, right? Everybody's a little bit strange, right? It's best to refine yourself to emphasize the features that make you interesting or unique, and accept that as a part of you, but also have, you know, enough groundings with something that's like understandable. Like you have to have something that's somewhat grounded in reality, like grounded in the normal social norms, right? Because like for me, I do still have to adapt to normie norms, right? Like when I was younger, I was very autistic. It would not be very, I would not be a very entertaining YouTuber if I was just straight up a mute, like I was before. Like I used to be when I was in like school, I would just be mute. I wouldn't be very friendly. I wouldn't talk to people very much, but that wouldn't be very entertaining as a YouTuber. So I need to make a compromise. So I need to learn the ways of the normal people so that I can blend in somewhat, but also to emphasize my unique characteristics to make a, you know, sort of like an artwork of a personality, you know? That's generally how things are, like for art, right? There's general things that are considered universally beautiful, but they're not set in stone. It's a little bit subjective. There's some objectivity and some subjectivity, right? It's a mix of both, but you also need to take what makes it yourself unique and emphasize it so that it can, you know, add a little bit of salt to the body. You know, you gotta have, you know, like a meal. You have a plain dish, right? You gotta have the body, like the rice, the potatoes. You gotta have the meat and potatoes of like your personality. But you also gotta add a little salt and flavor, a little bit of weird, you know, weirdness to it. Alter ego. I'd rather be with interesting people than normies. Yeah. I think being weird is a lot of people's charm. 100%. What's your favorite weird thing to do to live sketch? To live sketch? I don't know. I just sketch random stuff. Sometimes I sketch people getting blown up, cut in half by a katana. Stupid shit all the time. I just like, there's a lot of titties in my sketchbook and stuff. Yeah. Normies don't even have to try to be normal. Yeah, because they're already normies. But it's like you gotta have some of the meat and potatoes to just be to appeal to most people, right? Because I have some of the meat and potatoes in me, you know. Like I have some charisma because I have like talking skills, right? I do have people skills. Like I can understand like my audience and people, which is a very universal skill. That's objectivity. That's like objectively like pretty good skill to have for what I'm doing. But I gotta have the spices, the little weirdness as well. So I got like the weird thing, like the autism, the tism, you know, the acoustic. I'm acoustic, right? I'm an acoustic instrument. And so I do like weird, quirky things, and I kind of integrate that into the meat and potatoes, and I enhance it, I amplify it, so it makes me unique compared to other people. I need some more potatoes. W Riz. You know, it's like for everybody, right? You can't like if you didn't need like any meat and potatoes, assholes would be unique, right? If there wasn't something that was objectively universally liked, assholes would be considered unique and likable, right? Because like people who are just mean, right? There are certain things that are just kind of bad. You can't just be an asshole. Uh, Even people who are likable assholes, right? I don't know, like Andrew Tate. There's a reason why people like him. There is a lot of people who do like him. He is kind of an asshole, but it's like his thing. But he also has some meat and potatoes, you know? He's got the charisma. He's not a complete asshole too. There's a lot worse people. There's a lot worse people out there, to be honest, right? He got some of them. He's an asshole with the meat and potatoes, so he's somewhat likable, you know? He seems very tismy. I wouldn't be surprised if Andrew Tate was autistic, to be honest. Taters mentioned with potatoes. True. He's got the taters, you know what I mean? Like, it's because Andrew Tate is like the difference between, like, I guess Andrew Tate and like who else? Who else is just an asshole? Like, just an asshole. It's hard to say. Like, it's hard to find in like people who are personalities and that are just assholes. Uh, it's legitimately hard to think about because like people who are just assholes don't make it on like media. Jake Paul is maybe just an asshole. No, he's not just an asshole. I don't know, maybe in some videos you might get that like idea, but people who are just assholes are really rare in entertainment. Like, you're not going to find them because you need to be somewhat, like, you need to have some compromise to not just be completely kicked out or like alienated, right? The people who are just assholes are usually the people who are homeless or like in really bad situations because they just get alienated. They lose their job, they lose any relationships they had, their friends, their wives, their girlfriends, stuff like that. The actual real assholes are just the people you don't really see them generally. Like, they're like, you don't like actual true full on assholes is like the guy that like is that you probably meet in real life but you'll never see in the media because those people don't get promoted. Not just assholes, some people's are dicks too. Yeah, there's dick and ass. Damn, I really never thought of it like that. Like, genuine only assholes. Like, even Logan Paul, he's like kind of an ass. Like, he's kind of like uh kind of an ass sometimes, right? But he still tries to do better. I think that's why people like him. It's like, as much of an asshole as he still tries to do something better. And I think that's his meat and potatoes, you know? You can't just be an asshole because nobody likes you. You'll never get promotions. You'll never get a job. You'll never get a girlfriend, right? Unless you somehow like just give someone Stockholm syndrome or something, or just completely bully someone into like staying with you, absolutely ruin their lives along the process. Just be super toxic. But like, PR talk. But it's like there are genuinely people like that who are just assholes. But they usually don't make it because you don't see them. They are usually unsuccessful, really bad. They live shitty lives, right? Because they get excommunicated. Yo, Elisa, I like your recent vlog video. Is there more to come? Yes, certainly. 100%. Yeah, if you're overly disagreeable, you're done. Yeah, I've seen it happen. I've seen people who are super disagreeable completely lose everything. They're on the top of the world, lose everything. Actually, Scarface is a good example. Like Tony Montana. If you never watched Scarface before, I guess maybe this is a little bit of a spoiler, but for Scarface, the idea is that because Tony Montana, the guy, he's like from Cuba. He's Cuban, right? He's really ambitious. He wants to be the biggest pimp in the US or whatever, something stupid. He makes it to the top, right? He overtakes his boss and he beats him out and he kills him and he takes his place. So he takes his wife and whatever, right? Because he's more ambitious. But he doesn't realize that what he doesn't realize in the second half of Scarface is that he's just as bad as his boss, if not worse. The only reason why he got to the top is because he cheated his way up. Like he hated his boss because he was a liar and a cheater. He wanted his sister to be pure and innocent, but he himself was not pure. So when he got to the top, he loses it all because of his bad characteristics manifested on itself. So his karma just completely destroyed him, right? Where he constantly makes awful deals because he doesn't care about like the other drug dealers, right? Damn, so he didn't read the script. Funny how those guys always idealize Tony Montana. Good example. Yeah, a lot of people really idolize him, which is kind of funny. It's like it's good to have the ambition, right? But the thing is, I think the idea of Scarface is that Tony Montana he's a flawed character, right? He's ambitious. He's all ambition. He's all ambition, but he's no charm. So he's like, it's like he thinks of his life as like, oh, what if I was at the top of the world? I'd be so good. I'd be so much better than my boss. He overtakes his boss, right? He does all this. He's super ambitious. He does his dream, right? It all falls apart. He loses everything because he was just as bad or worse than his boss. He was not a good guy. He was a flawed character, and that's why he lost everything. He loses his wife because he was a worse husband to his wife than his boss was. He loses the drug trade, and he loses his friends because he was awful at what he did. He loses his sister because he himself didn't actually practice what he wanted his sister to be, right? Just ruins everything because he was a flawed character, right? And it only manifests after he gets everything he wanted, and it's just all greed. People now idolize a lot of flawed characters in media. I think so, because they are relatable, because humans are inherently flawed, right? I think the actor got a permanent nose problem from snorting all that milk powder. Really? How bad can you get? Or it's like another example, Taxi Driver, right? Taxi Driver. Have you guys seen Taxi Driver? Like I'm kind of a big fan of watching these like literally me movies actually. Like I watch a lot of them, surprisingly. But it's like the main character, I forgot his name, but the Vietnamese war veteran. I forgot what his name was. But, you know, he starts out with good intentions. He wants to talk to a girl. He wants to get with the girl. He completely flunks it because he's a flawed character. He's not a good guy. Even though he wants a good girl, but he himself is not a good guy. So even though he gets everything, he flunks it because he's an asshole. And he doesn't realize it because he's kind of dumb. Of course they watched it, I'm in it. Travis Bickle. Oh, okay, Travis. Right? So he gets with the girl. He thinks he deserves it because he's ambitious. Does he deserve it? No, not really, because once he gets it, he actually fucks it up because he's not aware of how bad he is, right? Or like what about like the thing with the child, right? Like the pimp and the whatever. Maybe I shouldn't like say exactly what happens because YouTube might demonetize me, but it's like the pimp or whatever, right? He goes and kills off like the pimp and like his lackeys because what he thinks he's doing is justified. And in the last scene, I think it's just supposed to show that he's like what he think. The last scene is supposed to show in his head like what he thinks would happen after he would die, but it's not actually what happens. It's like a dream. It's like what he imagines would happen after sacrificing his life. Little does he know, he doesn't know shit about the situation of that girl, right? It's like all that could happen, right? Like for all he knows, he made the situation worse because he doesn't know. He knows nothing about the situation. He assumes he's doing good, but he just doesn't do anything because he's flawed character, right? It's kind of he's also supposed to be kind of dumb. I think that's supposed to be part of the character is that he's kind of dumb. Uh, Travis Bickle is savior, but people idolize that, but they don't realize that. I think the person like the person writing the story they don't people watching it don't realize that the guy kind of just fucks up everything for everybody. Like he's kind of like an ass. He kind of destroys like everything that he comes across, but he doesn't realize it. So the movie's supposed to, I think the movie's supposed to depict what the guy thinks in his head he's doing is correct, but it's also trying to show like seams or like flaws in his like logic, you know? That's why people like the song The Reason. The best way to get a girlfriend is say, be with me or your family will pay the ultimate price. Yeah, that's like, oh, that's like, yeah, that's awful. The funny thing is, the girl didn't do anything wrong, right? Like, the girl did literally nothing wrong. She gave the guy a chance. You know, she's a pretty girl. She gave the guy a chance, right? A lot of incels would kill for that. They'd be like, "Oh, I deserve someone like that because I'm a nice guy." Turns out the nice guys aren't always the nicest guys in reality. I mean, that's Travis thought he deserved someone like that because he's a nice guy. Turns out he just doesn't realize he's not actually a nice guy. You're talking to me. Threaten Maxing. Was talking about a girl about who was a minor. No, the other person, like the first one, the what is her name? Like Betty? I forgot her name. But it's like there's a first like love interest for Travis, and then the second one was like the little girl or whatever, right? But that wasn't a love interest. He was like trying to save that person. Although to be honest, the way he acted in some of the scenes with that was like a little bit creepy too. I think he was like trying to show that he might not actually be any better than the pimp. She didn't give him enough chances. Nice guy turns out to not be a nice guy. What happens next is shocking. Elisa is my favorite lesbian. I'm not lesbian though. I'm not lesbian. So why do good girls like bad guys? Those movies sound too real. I like to watch a lot of real, like literally me real movies. I just watched Pulp Fiction last night. I'm gonna watch Riverside or River City Dogs. Is that's what it's called? I'm probably gonna watch like River City Dogs like soon too, because I bought the DVD. So I also watched American Psycho as well. So I do have a repertoire for watching American like literally me for real films. Reservoir Dogs. Oh, Reservoir Dogs. Yeah, Reservoir Dogs. I watched Kill Bill. Kill Bill is also good. And recently I was watching the Clint Eastwood films, like the cowboy movies. Don't forget Fight Club and Drive. I've watched Fight Club, I haven't watched Drive. Zoomers buy DVDs. I like buying DVDs. I like buying physical things, so I like having the physical thing here. Everybody talks about Reservoir Dogs, and no one talks about River City Pups. Kill Bill was based on the Japanese movie Lady Snowbird. Yeah, I learned about that actually. Base physical is always get better. Oh my fucking god, you play Tekken? I know, right? It's not like I just played it a bunch every... It's not like I played it like 5 streams in a row. Almost every minute of Kill Bill is a reference to another film. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I don't pick up on all the references, but there is a lot. I like having a physical collection because it makes me feel like I actually have, like, I progressed through something, right? Other than like a Netflix library. Not having something physical makes it feel like it's not real to me. I don't know. Because like having your stack, you know, it gives a sense of progression. It also gives like a sense of urgency to finish it. I feel like I'm more likely to finish something if I have a physical copy of it than if I were just have a digital thing. Jesus, what the fuck? Thank you for the first super, $110. Dougie Duck. Doug. Sorry, I'm sorry. Dougie the Duck. Dougie the Duck. Here's the Bionic Cult. Also, thanks for the Beyblade to the deep philosophical analysis. Sadly, I have to go for now. See ya. Thank you so much. Bonnie the Duck, not Bonnie the... Sorry. $420. We're at $420. Wait, yo, we're at $420.69. Bro, you did it. Oh, you did that on purpose, didn't you? You did that on purpose. Wait, we're actually at 420.69. He did that. Yeah, you did that on purpose. Nice, nice. Legend numbers. Coincidence or real? Now it will never change. He knew what he was doing and we thank him for his gift. All I gotta say is nice. A trophy unlocked. Clever, clever man. Clever. Pro gamer move. We're almost actually finished the goal. I need to get some more water though. I'll be right back. Pickles. Oh. I had spaghetti and it was bomb. Nice spaghetti, man. I'm eating pickles. I like pickles. But sadly, I really do have to call it a night. See you guys later, though. Thanks for stopping by, Dougie the Duck. By the way, thank you for the huge donation, by the way. Jesus. Watching any other films recently? I bought Midsummer. I bought A24's Midsummer, but I didn't watch it yet. I watched Parasite. Might as well finish it off, but I will leave the 69 intact as a sacred number. Thank you for the $80, Frost Sorrow. Jesus. Holy shit, thank you. That puts us at $569. Let's go! Bionicle stream! You guys did it in one stream, too. Bad donations. You guys are insane. $500.69. Woo! Bonkle. Chat reflects the streamer, we're just autistic. Yeah. Oh, there's a lot of good people in my community, I think. There is a few people out there that are really weird, but I think over time, as I've done more streaming, my community's gotten a lot better, and I think naturally the people that aren't so good naturally just filter themselves out. It's really hard to do that when it's like, I guess it's really hard to filter out people when like you get really big influxes of new people. But I think over time, as just like I showed my personality more, my community's gotten better, for sure. I think as people try to like see my true personality more in like a bigger video, it reflects on my audience. I feel like I need to just be better at communicating my personality in really good videos. And then eventually my community would become like a really good community. Yoru gohan desu ka? そういうわけじゃない。おやつだけ。おやつだけだ。The ones that can't afford therapy stay. Yeah, I don't know. Like, a lot of people say my streams are therapeutic for them, right? Maybe I should have some streams where I actually talk with some people. I don't know. I considered like going on like Omegle, or I guess Omegle closed down, so like Ome.tv or something, like the replacement for Omegle. But like, yeah. No one appreciates the humble moderator. Coffee Bender is like a superstar moderator. What do you mean? You're like super cool. No, Coffee Bender is good at cleaning up the community, I think. He's doing like a really good job at he does a really good job at just cleaning out the people who are known to be kind of troublesome, I think. Well, also not he's also good at not like getting rid of everybody. That might just be it might just be a misunderstanding. I trust Coffee Bender's judgment. Hear that? You best behave. はははははは。居酒屋に行ってきます。行ってらっしゃい。He rules with an iron fist. Have you ever played the Persona games? I played a little bit of Persona. I haven't beaten a Persona game. Goddamn, calling people troublesome is the most Asian thing I've ever heard, right behind having a water dispenser in their home. You do have a water dispenser in your home, right? Yes, I do. I also have a rice cooker. I'm very Asian, as you can tell. Would you ever do a meet and greet? Yeah, I'd probably do a meet and greet at like a convention or something. 日本は春っぽくなりましたよ。おう。カナダでも春っぽい。なぜかカナダでも春っぽい今。The certified Asian woman can relate. Do you rinse the rice before cooking like 3 to 5 times? Yes, I do. I'm very Asian, man. I'm very Asian. I even have a bit of an Asian accent still, even when I speak English. Some people point out that I sound Asian. Like people online, they can tell that I'm Asian American, even when I Like, even when they don't see my face, they can tell that I'm Asian, which is kind of funny. Canada is rough. Yeah, it's kind of awful. Do the accents. Do the accents. Uncle Roger don't like your rice cooking. I don't sound Asian. Hiya. 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 Doma. Faitia. Why do you always wear the same hoodie? Because this hoodie is comfortable and it also looks cool. Uncle Roger. How to talk like Uncle Roger. You got to extend the vowel and then you have the weird intonation in English, like you're speaking Chinese. Huyo. Wear an orange polo in your next stream. Welcome to my video. Welcome to my video. Uncle Roger. You almost look like a native Canadian. I've actually been mistaken for native before. I have had people ask if I was native. I said no, I'm not native. I'm just Asian. Very dishonorable. Very dishonorable. Are you still lonely? It's been getting better. I made like one friend and I hung out with her on the weekend, so that was better. I'm trying to do small things to help myself with loneliness. So it is getting better. So I feel a lot better now. It's still not like completely gone, but it's definitely like eons better than it was before. I'm not like super like depressed. A slight Asian accent in fluent English is kind of a Canadian accent in and of itself, really. I don't know. There's a lot of people that say I have an Asian accent when I speak English. Lisa Chung, more like Elisa Cree. Man, that sucks. People suck. There's nothing wrong with having a favorite piece of clothing you always wear. Yeah, I love this sweater. It's so nice. I love it. Isn't it cool? It's a rainbow sweater, but it's like kind of like comfy. You look pretty chill right now despite the stream lasting 4 hours. I mean, people like watching my streams, man. People like my personality. Let me guess, your new friend is 60 plus and likes... No, she's not old. She's actually the same age as me, and she's from China. She's from China, and I feel like I actually relate to her on a very... She's very relatable to me. I honestly get along better with exchange students, better than I get along with, like, born Canadians, to be honest. Your new name is Elisa Eskimo. Eskimo. How much social credit does she have? God. Do you play fighting games? I just saw the obsidian stick. Yeah, I played Tekken like this last like week. Stream yourself building a Gundam. I already made a video of me building a Gundam. Maybe I can build like a Gundam on stream. I could try it. Alisa, what is your favorite manga, and have you ever considered making a manga? My favorite manga is Chainsaw Man, and I have considered it, but it is a lot of work, and I'm already doing YouTube right now, so I'm already kind of busy with like YouTube and my sticker store, so doing a manga on top of that is like, that would be too much, to be honest. By the way, I have my stickers in my sticker store. You should definitely check it out. Guys. Guys, you should definitely check out my stickers on my sticker store. Look. Go buy my stickers. standoutstickerco.com. Right here. It's also in the description. They're very cool. Go buy them. Now. Please. Because I don't really do commissions very much because they take too much time. So the best thing you can get for my artwork is my stickers that I make. They're meant to be my sketches, and I just turn them into stickers. Bionicles is a religion. Your stream is so engaging, but I have to go now. Thank you for the amazing stream. See ya. Thank you. Did you ever feel like you could do so much more stuff with 24 hours a day, only to realize that time goes by way too fast and your human body just gets sick as soon as you try to do more? Yes. Especially when the orders just kept coming, like November or whatever, and I made that video and it went like kind of viral. Orders just kept flying in. I got like, my Shopify went up to like 200 orders in queue, and I was like, what the fuck am I supposed to do with all this? And I was already feeling kind of burnt out, but then I had to like do more, right? So I had to just close the store and just fulfill the orders because it just became too much. Why no t-shirts on the sticker store? Because it's a sticker store, not a t-shirt store. Duh. No, I don't have a t-shirt printer, so I just haven't done it yet. But I will definitely consider making t-shirts in the future. It's just I haven't. Fujimoto is a certified genius. It's like, I feel like Fujimoto is like the Quentin Tarantino of like manga. Because a lot of what makes Chainsaw Man great is because the characters have interesting personalities. And they're kind of autistic and like awkward. And like it takes a very generic anime plot, right? So it's like demon hunters. That's such a common plot in anime. There's so many anime that does that plot. Except they do the parts that you don't normally see, right? So the characters feel so real because they have real life struggles and stuff, but they also are like badass demon hunters that kill demons all the time. But it also has kind of like vulgar, dark humor as well. So it's very similar to like Quentin Tarantino's style of like making like movies. I highly recommend Goodbye Eri. I don't think he could tell a masterpiece in 199 pages, but he did, and it's just a quick read too, really. I haven't actually read it. I haven't seen the Goodbye Eri, but I should definitely pick it up. You're the second person I've met who describes Chainsaw Man characters as autistic. I mean, do you see Asa? There's so many people who compare me to Asa. Asa is literally me. I literally look like Asa. Asa Mitaka. Your opinions on Canadian animation? It pretty much doesn't even exist. It's your bedtime, kiddo. Oh wait, is it? Oh shit, it is 10:20. I should probably go to bed. All right, it was a fun stream. Thank you for all the donations. That's a fuck ton of donations. We got to $569. It was fun Beyblade stream too, but I'm glad you guys could come and we had like a deep conversation about this just like stupid stuff. And yeah, I don't know. Come back again sometime. I hope you enjoyed the Beyblades and the weird conversations. Yeah. Anyways, bye.